I gotta focus.
Hello there. I don't know if this is going up right now, but we'll see how it is. Hopefully.
I gotta focus.
What the hell? Okay, there we go. Right, let's do this. I think we're all ready to go. The stream is up. Hopefully everything's a launch. Start your engines. Let's get ready to rumble. Doo-doo-doo. Da-da-da-da. Wait. Oh, I see. Right, okay. So I'm just figuring some stuff out right now. Sorry. But I'll once I get it all worked out, we'll get the show on the road. What's in? Go. It's the announcement and we're ready to go. Seems like you're new and not affiliated and no thank you, Ro. No thank you. Yes, I am new to Kick. New to Kick. Right then, let's do this. Game on.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle select. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following place system.
No, I don't have people, mate. But yeah, good one. Right, there we go. Alright, let's see. Let's go get this show on the road, everyone. Alright. Not sure if I'm going to be lagging or anything, but we'll figure it out. Let's grab a mission, a quest. Yes. Fair adventure. Forsooth, my friend. Tally ho into the dark. (109) secure airspace. 8 script. Okay.
Those, good to have you on board. Head out as soon as you can. We need whoever's attacking us put down pronto.
Yeah, right. What are we doing? How are we? Nothing. We're good.
Nice of you to show up. We've got our hands full, as you can see. Jump in and do what you can to stop them.
Neutralize who is the question. Who am I neutralizing? Aha, we have contact. Okay, quiet. Moving in. Strafing. Bogey teleporting, so moving around, coming back around. Target eliminated. Moving back. Bringing in.
That shut down a thing or two.
Well, we got a couple of things to lock down before we head off.
Oof. That was a close one. Close shave. Close shave. Contact.
Let's go. over here, genius. Where the hell are you going? Contact.
There's more of those bastards coming our way.
Fight's over here, genius. I'm heading out. Take care.
Goods and impatient wait times. Choose convenience. Choose.
Small staff until further notice.
Just by being here, already taking important steps.
Sorry.
Welcome to the Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you. Please visit us again. Goodbye. retrieval system.
You what, mate?
Your insurance.
You what? You what?
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
I'm watching you.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again.
Let's have it. That's funny. Let's have it. Yeah. So, I think at the moment, I'm gonna have to figure out a better way to stream to multiple platforms. I think I'm gonna have to find a third-party streaming service.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle
Because I can already tell that there's a quality difference and stuff. I'm streaming to YouTube and I think I'm still streaming to YouTube. Yeah, still streaming to YouTube.
is Walton with Foxtrot. Need you to deploy and defend that site on the double. Not sure how much longer they'll be able to hold out. Great, you're here. We could really use your help dealing with these outlaws before they destroy everything. That shut down a thing or two.
Get rid of us!
Good work there. Guess you know what you're doing after all. Look at that. Still not half bad, you know.
Time to go.
More ships arriving. Get ready.
Fight's over here, genius. All channels! I'm under attack! Please, if you hear this, help me!
Look out! More ships incoming!
Where the hell are you going? Thank you. I thought we were done for. Where the hell are you going?
Look out! More ships incoming!
Fight's over here, genius.
wasn't even moving. That's the really annoying thing about that. Was not even moving. I didn't hit anything. Man. Oh, man. Oh, how did that happen? Jeez. Golly. That is not good. No, 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 no.
You need status first by being
Oh, no, 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 no.
Hi.
Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Oh dear. What are we gonna do?
Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you.
3 minutes?
Please visit us again.
3 minutes? Gotta wait 3 whole minutes? That's like a lifetime. Oh boy. Not 3 whole minutes. No way. Why? Oh no. No, 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 no.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been vehicle select location. Stand your vehicle, please. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Ba ba da 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 da. Ba da ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Yeah. Oh, it's time for the thing and the thing. And that's it. Oops, my bad.
System is you approach it from kind of two angles in a weird way. What is this system bringing to the gallery? How does this new system plug into it, and what does it bring to the table from a sort of a flavor experience? We want to make sure that whatever it's bringing to the company is unique and has some flair to it.
So the Nix system is a remote system where people want to go and live free outside of the pressure and influence of the UEE. It's a remote and rugged system with a lot of hostility coming from the ever-present threat of Vandal.
It's kind of like a frontier-esque thing. It's not lawless like Pyro, it's just kind of out there. Pyro's more like a Mad Max wasteland, and Nix is more like Silverado or like Deadwood, right? It's kind of like a smaller scope.
The emptiness and the loneliness is the defining factor. You're still going to find gangs, you're still going to find hostile presences, but it's where people go if they want to live off the grid.
The People's Alliance is the main peacekeeping force in Nix.
They were unhappy with the direction that the Empire was going under the Messers. They got out. They said, we're just going to start from scratch, build our own society, but build it the way that we think it needs to be built.
They're not perfect, they're just people, but they're doing their best. They want to help keep Nix safe and make it prosper.
They are trying to do the best that they can, but are faced with the realities of dealing with people, which is tricky.
Okay.
The Pyro Star is quite a warm star. Stanton Star is quite neutral. And the Nix is a little bit cooler. The system has its star, and it has this dark, really, really dense gas sort of nebulous cloud. And it has points of light scattered around it, and those points of light in this gas cloud is really, really hazy. So because Nix is bordering Vandal space, it was important that we have a gap in the Nix gas cloud where you could sort of just, in between the clouds, see a piece of the Vandal space. It feels so close that it's even like protruding some red light. The level designers are using it as an actual visual indicator of where to place more dangerous POIs. So if you point your ship in the direction of it, you should find, as we build it out, that you will be in more and more danger. And I think that's really cool. To give more atmosphere, I was testing out adding some sort of space snowflakes, essentially. So when you look towards the sun, you can sort of see that sort of like sparkle. But then when you look away from the sun, you'll see the reflections and sort of like little glints of light. For the jump points in Nix, we'll have 2 on this release. We'll have one from Pyro to Nix and one from Stanton to Nix. It should be going from Nix to Castra, but we're essentially bypassing Castra temporarily. Hey, we want to make sure you can get there any way you want.
Galatian Belt is a huge asteroid belt that is in sort of the middle of the system.
The Galatian Belt is a combination of a bunch of technologies that we already had. The asteroid fields we use for planetary rings and the gas clouds, and it's combining them to make something completely new that we've just not seen before.
It's full of resources that are still left unharvested, because it's kind of a tricky spot for mining. It's not the easiest place to go, but that means that there's still a lot of opportunity for independent miners to go out there.
So the rocks in Nyx are a bit more sharp, like sorts of like icy look, rocky, cliff-like, very different from those in the Pyro and the Stanton.
One of the big differences too is all of that extra added movement that just adds a little bit of extra flair.
It's also a good hiding spot for people who are trying to elude capture, maybe set up ambushes, that type of stuff.
Always feel way more interesting flying in those spaces than just, you know, through empty void.
And as we build out the Glacium Belt over the next year, lots of places to put new content.
Delamar is a very large asteroid in the Glacium Belt that QV Planet Services had built a mining base on that got taken over by the People's Alliance and renamed Levski.
Levski is our first and biggest social outpost for Nyx.
It's kind of like the place where you stop before you do your panning. So it's kind of a San Francisco before you go out to the gold rush.
It's going to be the central hub for trade and hauling and all of the commerce within Nyx and also from Nyx to other systems. But it does have a CD underlayer to it.
Over the years, you're sort of improving the generation method of those asteroids to culminate towards this specific point to make large, explorable location. When you fly towards the Levski, you see this huge gas ring around it, scattered small, mid-sized pieces of the asteroids.
Well, Levski is immediately apparently unique by the fact that it's a facility clamped onto the side of an asteroid. The breathtaking views of looking into the belt instantly gives it a unique charm and flavor.
As you approach, you'll initially see a very dramatic borehole that goes all the way through the asteroid. You'll also see, growing out from there and alongside Levski, there will be landing pads along what I'd call the spine. Lots of industrial pipes and transport systems to bring out the refined mining materials when it was a mining station.
Before, we were using an actual planet, so we had all of the space available to place all of these structures. But now it kind of meant that we had to create an asteroid which has the appropriate size to.
If we took the whole shot of the asteroid, you will see that there is an area to fly underneath. We plan on bringing in hull C gameplay, so this is exterior cargo elevators, so as a team you will be able to load and unload cargo.
There's a lot more movement on the exterior, such as the cargo trains going around tracks. It's now going to be fully EVA-able. There will be walkways around the main landing zone to walk on using gravity plates, but you can drift off and kind of go wherever you want. They can explore fully the whole place, which is great.
Very cool. Adds an extra dynamic.
Unlike the majority of anarchists living in Pyro, there are people here in Nyx that care.
It's not a downtrodden or derelict, dilapidated location. It has a sense of order.
But only where the People's Alliance has people living.
But we've had Levski before, and we've updated it quite substantially to be more in line with the newer features that have been put in since, but also visually, and there's been a lot of quality of life fixes that we've wanted to add and bring up to like a good standard for a landing zone.
Gracing the main lobby of Levski is a large statue of Anthony Tanaka, who was a child worker.
And was being worked to death, all of them were, and Anthony Tanaka just had a break and just said no, and stood up against the foremen, the supervisors, the managers, the guards, and was killed for it. And so he became a sort of a figurehead
and kind of was one of the linchpin moments in seeing the fall of the Messer regime.
So if you take the elevator up to the top deck, you'll see the top view and the cargo area as well. So you can go through the cargo shop. You've got your normal kind of cargo needs. You'll have ability to trade and buy your tractor beam and other gear that you need. So if you were to die in the Nix system, then one of the places you might come out from is the hospital in Levski, which is called the Mercy Hospital.
So Mercy Hospital is just basically, it's a local med station for all the residents of Levski, anybody traveling through the system. Again, they're trying to provide as good medical help for people as they can.
When you arrive at the HAB's location, you'll be presented with a lobby, elevator bank, and then you will take that transit to the HAB room. So within that room will be pods.
And that's where the original miners would have lived. They're not the nicest, and they're a bit messy, but they're a home for people in Levski. If you head down to the lower view deck, you'll go through into the Grand Barter, which is your main social and commercial area of Levski.
This is where you will see market sellers selling their wares. There will be stalls, there will be kind of more embedded shops.
And that includes things like Corderies, which is your armor shop, and also Conscientious Objects, which is for weapons. There's also one of my favorite places, Cafe Musée, which is where you can go down into some of the more rocky depths and grab yourself a drink, and you never know who you meet down there. If you explore a bit more around the Grand Barter, there's other routes around and little side passages. There's another shop that's away from that area called Teachers.
Teach's Ship Shop is basically where you would go if you were looking to pick up a used ship, buy some ship parts, fix up your old ship, find some new stuff, sell some scrap.
We've closed up Dumpers Depot for Levski, and everything that used to be sold there will now be sold at Teachers. Another new area, as well as the cargo shop that we've added, is the refinery deck for Levski. That's where you can take your processed goods, not just from Levski, but from the rest of the Nix system, and refine and sell those goods there. As a lot of the content in the next coming releases for Nix is going to be mining related. So it's super important that Levski is a really nice hub for mining type of gameplay. So we're really happy to bring Levski back into the game. It's been gone for quite a few years now.
I think it really provided a unique environment of it's run down, but the people who live there love it and are working their hardest to make it a great place to live.
This is a location that has a lot of nostalgia for you guys, and we don't want this just to be a re-release. We do want you to go, wow.
It's not going to be as complete as Pyro was when it first came out, but it's going to be our first iteration, and you're going to be able to see it grow as we work on it.
Like with everything, we're always learning and improving and finding new ways.
I mean, is there anything more Star Citizen than just building the system while the players watch us build it around them?
It's going to add a nice dynamic to Stanton and be a much more calming of style system than Pyro.
The people that would have played it before are going to love to see this come back, and the people that haven't seen it before, it's going to be a great new location.
This is the first time that I'm going to be able to touch stuff and kind of bring my own content to the game, and that's really exciting to me.
Levski coming back into the game is a huge milestone personally for me. So I worked on the original quite some time ago, so seeing it come back and updated and improved and better is fantastic.
Wow, fantastic. Something wicked comes this way.
So we've talked about Levski, we've talked about the Glacian Belt, but you're probably asking yourself, what's the new gameplay activity we're going to be doing? So let's find out.
Welcome to Nix is your first experience in a new space station in a new solar system.
It's a mystery to be solved. There's things for the player to explore and look into. There's going to be some twists and turns, of course, some combat, and if you're lucky enough to survive, maybe some good rewards.
This is basically a continuation of kind of our ASD storyline. So in the closing out what we had called our Science Run Amok storyline, we had revealed that ASD had been procuring sort of very black market illegal stuff in order to conduct their experiments. So this mission is basically going to be continuing on that trail.
So the Navy has learned that illegal tech is being sold in the UAE, and they're hiring Intersect to investigate. Intersect Defense Solutions is the leading military defense contractor in the UAE. So the Navy contracts with them a lot for doing various kind of military operations that they don't want to handle themselves. We didn't want players to be working directly for the Navy. The Navy just doesn't call up random citizens and ask like, hey, if you're free, can you fly a helicopter? I guess as a player, when you can think about like, oh, where am I going to be doing missions that are capital ship battles or large fleet scale stuff or military operations, that's all going to come from Intersect Defense Solutions.
Okay.
Intersect have discovered the source of the illegal tech is in the NIC system and an old abandoned QV Planet Services logistics station that's come back online.
So they want the players to figure out what's going on.
So when you come out of Quantum and you start your approach vector to the objective, you'll be weaving through asteroids, going through the Glacian Belt, and slowly the station will reveal itself. Now this is an old QV logistics station. It's pretty beat up, it's pretty derelict, but there's some points of interest that you'll spot as you go through. So the station itself shares design cues from old Pan Am stations found in Pyro. This architectural design found its way over to the NIC system as the system was being established, but you'll also see some additional design cues that QV Planetary Services were adding, so it's a nice transition architectural point. It's fairly skeletal in design. You'll see logistics yards and cargo yards, but also facilities pinned inside the asteroid, creating this network of facilities. You'll notice there's a Polaris near the main hub. It's not a normal Polaris. It's damaged, it's broken. It's not a standard corporate Polaris. So at this point, you should be asking yourself, who does this belong to? Away from the Polaris, you'll see struts leading to asteroid bases. Now, these asteroid bases are locked, so you don't know exactly what's inside just yet. But all of this comes together to form the playground for the mission to take place. So not only is this facility unabandoned, but it's also under attack from a surprising but familiar foe.
Why didn't he just say, well, not only is it inhabited, unabandoned, sort of? I don't know. Ooh, is this Vandal? Ooh, it looks like the Vandal are coming out to play. Yeah! That'll be fun. Get some alien combat.
For the first time in the PU, the Vandal.
So the Vandal are a nomadic, very, very, very violent spacefaring race.
They've been striking out against outposts and such in the NIC system. They don't really know what they want, don't know why they're doing it, but it seems like whoever's running the station is really pissed them off.
Vandal raiding parties have been arriving in the system, and they're unaffiliated to any clan. There's small groups coming in.
That's a really cool effect.
But as time goes on, those raids are getting bigger and more frequent.
There'll be the scythes that you're familiar with, glaives and blades that we all know and hate, and a new craft for the PU, the Vandal Stinger.
Wow, a new ship, a Stinger.
You will be contacted by some civilians on arrival asking you for help.
So at this point, you have a choice. You can either bug out, mission over, or join the fight. This will be the first time since the PU launch that you'll be able to fight against Vandal aggressor ships.
This fight will be intense. The player should be able to deal with them, but they will have to be prepared and they'll have to come back in to fight off this initial wave, and that won't be the end of it.
After you fight off the Vanduul ships, the mysterious inhabitants of the station invite you to come on board.
Which Intersec sort of will encourage you to do because it'll help further their investigation against what's happening here, why these QV stations have come back online.
You dock your ship, you board the station, and it turns out the inhabitants here have a real surprise for you.
Oh dear.
The player will be immediately ambushed. These guys are not your friends.
Of course, it's not going to be easy because the people that are inhabiting the station are going to fight you every step of the way.
The fight will be challenging, but this definitely will be the warm-up phase of this mission. This will be the players getting a sense of what exactly is going on there, who these new people are. They'll be in unfamiliar armor. They'll be wielding unfamiliar weapons. And we want you to get a sense that you are in a new place, in a new territory, fighting a new faction.
So after you survive this initial ambush, you get back in touch with Intersec, and obviously the question is, who are these people? Why are they attacking? Why are the Vanduul attacking them?
At this point, there's more going on here than anyone thought. The director from Intersec is to explore the station and collect as much information as you possibly can.
Along the way, you're going to get to explore some new areas.
It's not just the space station. There's the disabled capital ship. There's asteroid bases nearby with obvious installations there, other forces that the Vanduul have been attacking. There's a debris field.
Explore the locations in any order you want and try to find out who these people are and why the Vanduul are after them.
You'll find new clues, you'll find ways to solve the puzzle of what's going on at the space station, and find out what kind of loot they have for you now that you've beat them.
And of course, this is a legally open station, so anything you find is yours to keep and sell, maybe even give to Wicklow.
Wicklow?
This isn't just a one-time event, this is a permanent sort of mission that we're going to be adding to the game. You can go back and repeat this mission and find ways to do it even better, even faster. There'll be a different story and different flavor. Obviously, we can't have the same thing happen every time. There'll be other missions that Intersec will offer to you based on the evidence that you found.
Now you know the real story, and you can start digging and giving more information to Intersec along the way.
So it's kind of like a progressive sort of mission that you can keep going back to the station, exploring it. I guess as well.
I'm super excited to finally see
PvE
the Vanduul and the PU.
PvP
I'm excited
as well
to bring
because other players will be going
Vanduul
there.
ship combat to SC.
And they won't want to
Players
share
in the
their
PU will now get to face down these awesome ships
Share
and
their,
get a taste of
their loot with you, right?
Like we already have it in Arena Commander, where you get to fight the Vanduul swarm, and being able to do that in the PU is going to be, I think, a heck of a lot of fun.
I kind of like the bigger.
So this marks
ship.
a great milestone for us for not only pushing
Reminds me
hard
of like
and
a
adding great
Vulcan
content this
bird
year.
of prey.
We're also being able to
Not a
introduce
Vulcan,
the next
a
star
Klingon
system
bird of prey
and
from
introducing
Star
the
Trek.
next landscape to tell new stories and add new gameplay beats into the ever-expanding universe. So we'll leave 4.4 there. If you're at one of the watch parties, please raise a toast to the great work that all the teams have been doing this year. And I'll be right back in just a few minutes to look ahead at some of the things coming in 2026.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Voyager Bar in beautiful scenic Orizon, where the staff of Cloud Imperium Games Manchester is gathered for their very own CitizenCon Direct watch party. As the dozens of such events happening at locations around the world, we've gathered today to watch this sneak peek at just a little of what the next year of Star Citizen has in store for everyone. Oh, that was really good, everybody. I'm Jared Huckabee, your host for the festivities and for the show today. And let me tell you, it's not a joke. It's not a gag. Next week, we're hitting our 9th patch in 10 months. And then in November, we're going to finish out the year strong with the long-awaited arrival of the Nyx system. And in case you missed it because you were chatting with friends, hi. It's not the lawless wasteland of Pyro many folks have been speculating, but an independent system with its own set of rules and laws and multiple ways to get there. It's an exciting time for everyone at Cloud Imperium Games because, as the architects of our persistent universe said at the start of the show, the foundational tech that we've been building for so many years has now unlocked us to bring more to Star Citizen than ever before as we continue our journey towards 1.0. Now, before we continue
looking
with the
good
show,
at the moment.
let's get a few
He was looking a bit disheveled
out of
last
the
time
way.
I saw him.
First,
a bit stressed.
we're
He
simulcast
looks
on
like he's had
YouTube
some good
and
sleep.
Twitch. So if you want the keen communities of Twitch or the 4K ultra high resolution of YouTube, you have your choice. Second,
his hair
throughout the
done.
broadcast today, we want to
looking
see and hear what you have to say along the way, and you can tell us on social media by
Oh,
using
nice.
hashtag
Save
CitizenCon.
faces.
We're especially interested to see any photos from those watch parties that are happening across the globe,
Yeah,
and we're going
I'll
to find
hop
some
into
way
the
to bring a few of them
voice
into the
chat if you
broadcast
want.
later in the program.
Up to you.
Third, we've also had a CitizenCon contest going for people to
Talk
create their
about it.
very own slice of life in the PU videos, and we played the winning entries during our pre-show countdown. The offerings were super varied. The idea was to work with a team to show the life of a miner or a hauler or a bounty hunter or whatever. But one guy just said, I'm going to make a video about how awesome I am. And I respect that. So shout out Nocturnal Revenant. I don't remember if you were one of the winners getting an L21 Wolf from Kruger for their efforts, but you won the coveted Disco Lando Complete Narcissist Award. Good job. And to all the winners, I'm sure someone will either be in touch with you about your wolves or they'll just show up on your accounts. I really don't know how that process works. Probably would have been good to find out before the show, huh? He's so afraid. Either way, if you missed the pre-show and are curious if you won, you can check the replay after we're done here today. All right. I just realized that my bosses, Chris and Sandy, are sitting in a movie theater watch party in Switzerland right now. A completely captive audience. So real behind the scenes here. This is especially torturous for Chris right now because he's super excited about the next segment we've got coming up. Aren't you, Chris? And you're just sat there right now, forced to watch and listen to anything I say. Do either of you regret that decision so long ago? All right, so I've probably pushed my luck enough. Let's get to the next thing. When Nyx arrives next month, it'll have Levski, the Glacium Belt, and the new Welcome to Nyx operation we just discussed. But throughout 2026, we'll also continue to build the star system out with new features and new technologies that will not only set Nyx apart and give it a unique identity from its sibling star systems, but continue to set Star Citizen apart from other video games altogether. Now at this point, if you're running one of the watch parties, you're going to want to crank your speakers up for some brand new music from the Maestro Pedro himself, and let's take a look at some of what the next year has to offer for the Nyx system.
Yeah, I know, right? He's over 9,000. He's like, he compared to how I saw him like 2 weeks ago. He looks like he's rested.
At
He's
Cloud
got
Imperium
sleep. You know,
Games, we believe art
he's been
inspires
stressed
the best
recently, I think.
technology, and through the development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better art. When Genesis comes to the persistent universe starting next year, it will change how you experience every.
Sorry, I'm just pausing it, just making sure.
And not just in the building of the new planets for the Nyx system. We will also go back through Stanton and Pyro and reimagine them through the lens of our technology. Previously, and more traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes, like deserts or forests. This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for Star Citizen, we like to do scale on another level. Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when two biomes connected, were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations. Now this was a super hard problem, which we needed to solve at the scale the Star Citizen requires. We challenged ourselves to emulate nature in the most believable way, and not just on a planetary scale, but to our level of detail.
Oh, it's fine. Just, you know what I mean? And wavium. But like, I really respect
With Genesis,
the fact that
we've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things. Biomes are now created based on the physical data sets, with the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found. So when you see a forest or a meadow, it's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there. It's now because it simply wants to be there. It fits inside our rules. Genesis also ties into our other gameplay systems. Our new planets are built from the information we create for our different datasets, like height maps, humidity, temperature, soil type, soil amounts, geology erosion data, to name but a few. This means you can now tell where to find valuable minerals as the geology looks like it would be suitable for it. Where scree piles exist below sheer cliff faces, and where rocks have broken off over time due to erosion. Of course, these new tools still give us the ability to direct the look and feel we want.
They've got other
The
planets.
attention to detail from the tallest
already
mountain to
created.
the smallest flower is still our core DNA.
Because these are just biomes.
With Genesis, we can now keep that detail-orientated mindset as we focus on the quality, and it provides the
I want to
quantity.
go to that planet.
Genesis provides our planets with the ultimate sense of exploration and adventure, discovery in the purest emotional form. We want you to find that perfect place, with the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest. This is a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with, and where you want to settle down and build your home.
Okay, that's fair. That's cool.
Now I'm going to hand you over to Will to go deeper into what we have built.
Well, looks like
that
we're gonna have a
allows
swap
Genesis
base.
to realize our vision.
I'm joking.
As a reminder, some of the visuals you'll see will evolve and change as we continue our technological development.
We'll call
and
it
hone in
Dagobah
on the
or
final
settlement.
look for Nyx.
We'll make it in a.
Thanks, Ian. So, in case it's not already clear, Genesis is our name for a group of technologies that are improving our ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on planet tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve since our
Okay.
presentation last year.
Proud of
And
his
instead of
nipple.
just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx. So there are 3 planets in Nyx. Nyx 3 is a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface. I don't really know. Nyx 2 is a yellow, toxic. It's got like this high pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous, because today we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system.
Excelsior planet.
Nyx 1 has got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes, from weathered rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping forests and grasslands, and from damp, expansive wetlands to
never
claustrophobic,
mind.
festering swamps.
They have a planet. not
These core
planets.
biome concepts give us a fantastic platform
is
to
cool.
hone our technology. In some cases, because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them.
Ooh.
So,
wow.
let's
Re-entry
approach this
looks
planet
a lot better.
much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit.
Look at
The
that.
orbit
That was cool.
appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously, we had different data that drove the orbital and ground coloring. That's because the orbit was designed to look like vegetation that we'd place on the surface, and the ground coloring was trying to be a mix of soil, rock, and the organic compound coloring that forms the kind of colors there. Now we author much more of the data in a unified way. When you look at Earth, you see blues and greens for ocean and vegetation, and brown or yellowy tones for sand and soil. We wanted to keep it as simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the color of the soil, sand, and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look. We then assess the
that's
presence
really
of vegetation and competition between different species on each part of the planet, and use that to blend in tones of green, including variations due to species health and the current season. This creates a far more complete image.
Wait,
and
season?
allows you
Does
to
that mean that
identify
they're
features,
actually gonna have
geologies,
a
and potential points of
whole
interest
solar orbit
all the way from
eventually?
space. Let's go down to the surface and start with something closer to what you're used to, but in a whole
Because the
new
thing
light.
is, these guys know a lot more, when they write these scripts, it's all casual information that they're putting out there, sort of thing. I mean, yeah, they're gonna proofread it and not make sure they're
surface
not
of the planet,
leaking too
we
much
wanted to
stuff,
start by focusing on just the soil and rock.
Man,
one of the things that was
means
missing
throughout
from our
the year,
terrain
you're gonna have,
previously
like,
was
snow
simply
and stuff
feature complexity.
falling on
Looking
the
at our
plains.
contemporaries, we lacked detail at the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer is called the medium tiles.
Oh no, it's the Karaka.
These are intelligently
mating
placed on
season.
top of the existing
Run.
4-kilometer terrain tiles based on slope,
Pisces, no.
soil type, and other erosion data. And these medium tiles don't just create height changes, they also bring in local erosion data both for soil and bedrock size values. And this gives us a whole new level of terrain detail,
That
of
looks
scale,
really
and allows
nice.
us to create far more unique locations across the planet. So now that we've nailed the surface, let's have a look at adding some rocks.
Oh, that desert.
We've now
face.
got two major contributors to the rock content of our planets. Firstly, long-desired feature, cliffs. We are adding large-scale, very detailed to all our cliffs based on the geology at a given location. This adds an exciting new dimension to steep slopes that we simply couldn't get before. The second is a big one for you ground vehicle enthusiasts. Rocks are now found not scattered everywhere, like spilt popcorn at the cinema, but only in places you'd expect to find them, thanks to a brand new rock scattering algorithm that isn't annoying as hell. Using
Nice.
physical data generated for each large and medium tile, now rock distribution makes sense and has a physical basis.
This is crazy.
So if you're still crashing into
Genesis,
them
yo.
after this comes out, that's on you.
You know they can sell this tech in the future.
The rock
to other
assets
companies.
themselves have had a glow up too.
That's
We now
amazing
create
thing.
rock sets related
They
to a
can make money on
particular
all this
geology that look like they originated from the same source. And this ties into how we'll be distributing minables in much more interesting ways too.
Gosh.
So now that our base terrain and rock scattering looks good,
let's
add
that's
some
in engine,
vegetation
that.
and
Look.
explore some
See how
additional
the,
biomes.
the shadows are shifting. That's amazing.
Next one's forests and grasslands are full of trees, various grass species, rock formations, and they're found in all sorts of elevations like mountain valleys, open plains, and dense meadows.
That's pretty cool.
And when we start to add a bit of fresh water, they begin transitioning into more wetland type biomes.
Oh.
And while forests are super cool, let's focus on the grasslands and wetlands today.
This is fantastic. I mean, I've
So,
seen procedurally generated
how are we
stuff
making these
before,
look so
but
great? Obviously,
This
we've had
is
grass before, but never meadows
insane.
of it. Because until now, we haven't been able to spawn grass in large enough quantities or effectively represented at distance.
No,
so we're
it does
stepping
not.
up our game in
Does
terms
not.
of spawning, shaping, and shading grass.
Does not have.
With Genesis, we now leverage GPU spawning to create vast quantities of assets across all biomes, whether it be dense meadows or more complex collections of ground cover like you can see in these wetlands.
Oh yeah, look at that, wetlands.
We are also able to fit our grass tiles to the ground by conforming them to the unique terrain underneath.
Oh, we
now
get
we
to
can
be able to
finally
swim
cover
soon.
complex
Or
terrain
at
shapes
least,
with
like,
grass
have, like,
and ground cover assets. And as a result, they are now
aquatic
gravity aligned,
EVA.
meaning each blade is oriented as you'd expect and not sticking out like before.
That's really amazing. Look at the trail of the grass.
Next, let's take a look at how we light our grass. Now, as in real life, the shading of a grass blade, or indeed a whole
I know
field
it
of
doesn't
grass,
last
is lit
for long,
very
the
differently
trail,
to
because it doesn't
like a
have
flat
to,
surface.
you know,
We
once
now
you've
use a
moved over
solution
it,
that shades
it
meadows of
resets,
grass
but still.
far more like fur or hair.
Nice,
And this,
nice
if you think
animation.
about it, makes sense. At a distance, a field of grass is far more like a carpet or cloth than a flat surface.
Yeah.
This improves how our grass looks from a near
really
perspective,
cool.
as well as bringing us nicely into how we're solving the distant representation of grass. So, let's talk about the distance problem. One of our biggest achievements with Genesis is allowing us to build beautiful biomes out of flora and geology assets like a building set. Can I say Lego?
No.
Too late. But in the past, this broke down very quickly when objects simply disappeared when viewing the same biome from 10, 20, 100 kilometers away. Because we don't hide planetary transitions and allow you to view complex regions from very large distances, there are almost infinite perspectives from which you can see a location in Star Citizen. So, how can we afford to evaluate complex spawning logic at runtime for the entire swathes of the planet? Enter the virtual terrain. Virtual terrain, or VT for short, is how we now cache and represent our terrain at varying scales. This has been the enabler for all of the lovely advances in terrain complexity and asset spawning we've shown so far. And it's also how we now evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance. When
That's
creating
amazing.
the VT for each part of the terrain, we assess if vegetation has covered the ground, and if so, what shading should be applied. For all of our biomes, we're now able to use the same shading model for the distant representation as the close-up asset, whether that's our lovely rolling hills, some more
Ow.
dramatic rockscapes.
That's crazy. Because it just, I get it. So as you
Those
zoom
muggy
out,
wetlands.
it doesn't have to be as detailed, but it can still keep the original
Or even
image and
our
just spread
festering
it out
swamps.
more, right? Because you can't tell from that distance.
So yeah, we
So it just
didn't
stretches
forget
out
about the
the
swamps.
image
And they're
for
coming
your
to next one as
perception.
well. Built using the lessons learned and all the technologies we've developed, these swamps now
technically, the
spring
further
into
away from the
existence
planet,
from
it's
the
not-
planetary
it's not
data.
making it harder
This
for you to
biome
render
combines
because it,
all of the elements from the other
you're
biomes we've
actually
shown you
getting
today.
small,
From water
like,
interaction,
lower res
dense
textures,
spawning,
but-
unique ground coverage. And I think it
Yeah,
creates something
it is.
really unique.
it's not just LOD though. It's like it's stretching the texture across, so it's lowering the resolution of the texture. But because it's so far away
Anyway,
from your perception,
that's
you
our
can't perceive
update
it
on
as
the Planet
as
Tech
lower
portion
res.
of Genesis and how we're using it right now to sculpt the identity of Nix One. And I hope you're as excited as we are to explore
That's
this
really
and
cool.
everything we haven't shared yet next year.
Because LOD affects the mesh of the
As you can
item.
see, Genesis
But yeah,
is now inspiring everyone
that's
here to
amazing.
create planets
So not
of the
only are
quality
they-
and believability
It's
we've
like
always
a
strived
texture
for.
version of LOD. Yeah, I
A
get it.
meeting
It's
of
like a
technology
hybrid.
and art that I
Great.
truly believe will set our worlds apart from anything
Wow.
we've done before. And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between systems, literally.
Oh, a literal travel between systems, literally.
Up until now, our mission system has been specific to the star system you're in.
Yeah, man.
Meaning a Stanton mission
Before
has to
the
take
end of the
place
year,
in the Stanton system, and a
hopefully.
Pyro mission has to take place there. We've never been able to link these together, but with the
said that
introduction of our
Nyx is
third
coming
star
before
system,
the end of the year,
it's
so-
time for this to change. And that begins with the introduction of interstellar cargo.
What are you talking about today?
System-to-system hauling missions. Hauling is back.
No one said Holly was gone. He doesn't even play the game.
These are exactly what they say on the tin. Missions where you're going to start in, say, Stanton and end in Nyx, taking various
I love
volumes of
Gerard,
cargo
he's so funny.
between the stations. So there'll be
Yeah.
high volumes of cargo that kind of fulfill the purpose for the Hull C and the other series of Hull ships.
Oh, wow.
And there'll be a few sort of more direct routes.
So you might pick up some cargo
Looks
from
like,
Ruin Station in
Helix
Pyro.
is gonna be
and
busy.
go through the jump point to Stanton and drop it off there at one of the Helios.
So if you've never sort of experienced the jump point or going through it, these missions will require you to. They're no way limited. You can do them in any sort of ship you want, any size of ship. I'll be doing them in my Drake Cutter myself, between Stanton and Nyx.
Drake Cutter.
Just a Drake Cutter.
I've got a few ships, but the Drake Cutter is really cute, so.
Best ship
One
in the
thing that
game,
we're
mate.
looking to add
Best
with
ship in the
these
game.
interstellar missions is scripted combat encounters where you can be attacked by NPC ships. Maybe the mission giver has tipped off some
Can I get a
pirates
C
who
in
are
the
looking
chat
to
for
get a hold of that
cutters?
cargo, as well as express missions, which means the deadline timers that you're used to in the regular hauling missions might get really tight and you've got to learn to be very fast. All of the love and care that has gone into hauling missions so far, with the logistical network and making sure they make sense within the themes of the systems, just as much love has gone into the interstellar missions we're making now.
At the start of the show, we said we was going to build out the Nyx system right in front of you after 4.4 launches next month. And while we want to keep as much of what we're
Next
doing
month?
behind closed doors, so you can
4.4
discover it for
next
yourself,
month?
in-game and on your own, we still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations we're calling Rockcracker.
Ooh. Ooh.
Okay, so Rockcracker, Jared, is our internal name.
Rockcracker is where you have to crack a rock. It's a big rock.
Yeah.
You want more?
So way out into the Kiga Belt, you'll find these old QV breaker stations.
That's funny. I got that humor.
These were originally industrial facilities breaking apart large asteroids and mining them down. But
Yeah,
since
I see
they've
what
been
you did there.
mothballed and been left abandoned. So you're going to have to find your way inside and thinking about how do we bring
Oh, it
this
looks
facility
like
back to life.
James and Helix have got the hands.
It's not just about
put out
flipping the
for 'em,
switch.
yeah.
As you
handful.
bring these stations back to life, you'll be lighting the beacon
Part of our mining
and
team.
calling attention to these long-forgotten places.
Ah, dude, we're gonna have to tell them about
One of
this.
the main features is the laser head, which will require certain things to get working.
Oh, this is so cool.
It's up to you and your friends to find how to get in.
There'll be a variety of options. Whether you're discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long-forgotten tunnels, or you're going through the main laser entrance.
A laser.
Now, as you're traversing through the facility, you'll find the
Oh, this is
old engine
ace.
room. Now, there may be ways to bring the facility back to life, kickstart the engines, and bring power to different parts of the facility. Maybe eventually bringing the laser back online and cracking some rocks.
Cracking some
The
rocks.
secondary gameplay loop is FPS combat. You're not there by yourself.
There may be squatters and outlaws in these stations trying to stop you from what you want to do.
Looks like another contested area, maybe. Oh, funky mask that. Reminds me of Crash Dummies. The bad guy from that.
So you've found these old facilities, you've brought them back to life. You've systematically brought power to various functions of the facility.
See, this is what I
You've
said.
activated the
It'd be
laser.
So cool to do.
You've fired the laser.
Fire the
You've
laser.
broken apart the rock. And then you'll be able to fly your ship inside and see what's there.
Trifecta.
So you fly a ship into an asteroid.
Yeah. You just get into your ship and fly in and start searching around and trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
Hathor 2.0. Yeah, man, this is like... Oh, wow, look at this. So it's a hollowed out rock. Well, to
I'm
be
really
fair,
excited about Rockcracker because it's
there are
a
a lot
sandbox
of
activity. You can kind
hollow-
of
I
go
watched- I
to
watched
these
documentary
whenever
on
you want to.
Asteroids and stuff. There's a lot of
This
hollow,
content is
hollow
for players
crystalline,
who enjoy mining,
asteroids
who
out
enjoy
there.
exploration,
And there's a
investigation,
giant diamond.
and don't mind a little bit of FPS
sort of
content. like that.
asteroids as well, with like it's just a giant diamond inside.
It will be
like
very new experience compared to any other asteroids because
Stuff
this
like that.
one, kind of like Alan and mine, will crack open
What are those
and show
geo
its secrets.
things that you can
One presumes
get
you can make
with
a
the rock
decent amount of
and it's
scratch.
hollow inside?
Asteroid that's big enough you fly your spaceship into it.
It wouldn't be worth doing if you couldn't make a good amount of coin. Yeah.
Wow.
Making promises for the econ team.
Yeah. They've got to balance it.
Do you hear that?
It's for people who
They
want
have an
a lot of
econ
minerals.
team now. They
When
didn't have
crafting
one,
comes in, when
like,
all the
12
other
months
mechanics
ago.
and features that we want in the game for 1.0 come in, it will be a place where like an organization or a group of like 5-6 people could come and just get a monumental amount
I
of
don't know
minerals.
this guy's name with the beard and the blonde long hair, but I think we should crown him as Space Jesus.
That's a look at some of what's coming over the next 12 months. In addition to what we've shown, there'll be
This guy could
new
be
mission
Space
packs
Gollum.
tailored to the People's Alliance and their struggles. There'll be events that invest you into the evolving storyline of all 3 systems we'll have in the game. And of course, when we begin populating these with new planets, there'll be a whole host of ground-based POIs, settlements, and structures inhabited by those trying to make their way in the verse. And all of this in service of building star systems that complement the massive corporate yard of Stanton, the lawless Gang King of Pyro, and now the new frontier of discovery for the Nyx system. Should I say Gang King?
You already did.
Good job, everyone. So yeah, a whole lot to take in there. Interstellar hauling is the beginning of a massive expansion to the mission system that'll let us connect these 3 star systems like never before. What else we got? Rockcracker. Rockcracker is just one of the next operations that'll be coming to the Nyx system in the first half of next year, where you're gonna fly into an asteroid and do that thing that miners love more than anything else. Complain about PvPers getting in their way.
What's your microphone?
No, I'm being told it's mining. It's mining.
Get your microphone away from
And
the
of course,
mic-
one of the most
computer.
anticipated features coming to Star Citizen, Genesis, and what that means for the planets of Star Citizen, including the ones already
You're
in
gonna
there.
regret
So let's
it,
talk to
Jared.
Will
You're
Hain
gonna get in
and find
trouble.
out more. And I'm just remembering that Will Hain is in France at the watch party. Okay, France. Ask Slarty Bartfast over there how they're going to use Genesis to update the planets and moons of Stanton and get back to me, all right? And see if we can get some fjords. What else we got? The Citizen on Digital Goodies Pack. That's a hard thing to say. That went up for sale a couple weeks ago and has a whole bunch of mysterious items in it. And that's where I can tell you now that almost all of them are tied to the Nyx system in one way or another. So let's find out what's actually in there. There's a gunship flight suit and helmet, 2 armor sets from that mysterious faction causing a ruckus with the Vanduul, and an Intersect BDU sweater and outfit, a couple of crazy weapons that I'm certain we're going to learn about in just a few minutes, some slick Levski swag, and finally, to celebrate the long-awaited addition of the Vanduul to Star Citizen, a cool Vanduul knife and adorable plushie, which I swear to love and squeeze and cherish forever. So yeah, it's a pretty solid haul
They're
for
just
this
really
year's Digital Goodies
excited.
Pack, which you can still pick up right now on the RSI store.
They are real.
So now let's go ahead and transition into our next segment. Much of what you see in the show today has been the culmination of a lot of people's work in... What's up? All right, I had a dream about like this once.
Yeah.
Okay, so against everyone's better judgment, the thing has finally happened. Can I help you?
How you think the show's going?
Good. We're getting the Nyx star system and the Vanduul are coming.
Kind of been a lot of Nyx, right?
Well, yeah, but it's a major milestone and it deserves a major showcase celebrating everybody's hard work. And
you got more, right?
Well, yeah, there's spaceships coming up.
Cool.
Wow, it's like they only scanned the original community portion of me. If pictures steal your soul, imagine what face scanning and PCAP does.
Well, this has been super cringe. So I'm gonna head out.
Bye.
Oh, regular Citizen Con is still better. You should have done that.
Of course. Thank you. Part of me that isn't a soulless marketing puppet. All right. No. Let's just go to some spaceships, shall we?
That was funny.
Hi, my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at CIG, and welcome to Talking Ship, where we're going to talk about 3 new ships coming to the persistent universe.
3 more, so that's 382, 83. No, 81.
The last year has been pretty
Now-
hectic in terms of vehicle deliveries. I think we've delivered the most we've
381
ever done in
ships.
a 12-month period, and we've covered all the way from tiny little snubs all the way up to capital ships.
We've kind of filled out a few little gaps. We've introduced some new ships by some old manufacturers.
We had the Polaris come out, and obviously people have enjoyed playing with that. We snuck the Idris in without none of you expecting it for a while, and it's been a busy year. It's nice to start revisit some of the older catalogue and some of the bigger ships again.
I think my favourite ship from the last year
We name
is
him
a tie
Space
between the
Blackbeard.
Wolf and the Golem.
Favourite ship in the last year? Probably
guy.
the Wolf.
I feel like it's the obvious one. I'm trying to think of something else, but I really like the Wolf.
Everyone's mentioned the Wolf. The Wolf's everyone's favourite.
The Wolf, obviously, a return of Kruger, a completely new aesthetic to the game.
The Wolf was, you know, it was kind of everything we set it out to be, and it revived an old manufacturer. We've not seen anything from a while, so yeah, I'm going to say the Wolf.
The Golem, I think, is just an incredibly well-formed ship in such a small package. It really just shows off that Drake aesthetic, giving you the absolute bare minimum needed to perform a role.
I honestly do really like the Zeus. I think it came out really well. It's kind of hard to pin down a favourite, to be honest, because we've released,
Nah.
you know, a lot of really cool
I
ships.
think the Zeus is for
Next
like,
year we've got some super exciting ships coming up.
doesn't do
we're
it for me. Too
ticking off
clean.
a few big ones, which is good. We're going to see again maybe some ships from some manufacturers that don't have that many in their lineup. There's a few big challenging ones starting, so they're good. A breadth of ships, should we say?
The three new ships we're going to introduce today all tie in some way to the primary factions fighting over the Nyx system. We'll start with the People's Alliance and Anvil Aerospace.
Oh dear.
Anvil is a very military-based brand. It's been a brand that's in Star Citizen for a long time, fighting for lots of military contracts and lore, often up against Aegis, and to the point it actually beat Aegis in the past. You will be familiar with a lot of their ships' designs, such as the Hornet and Lightning.
Oh yeah.
Earlier this year, we introduced the Anvil Asgard, based on the Valkyrie chassis, which is an extremely popular offering. And this year, we're bringing the concept ship we introduced last year, the Anvil Paladin, to life.
Oh my god.
The
This
Paladin
thing looks
is a
cool.
gunship from Anvil Aerospace designed to support ground operations.
A gunship is a ship that's designed to
It has
stay
a-
in a sustained firefight
turret on it,
while
which-
dealing a lot of damage, also taking
goes-
damage.
We don't have a lot of
Like,
gunships in the
from
game,
the top, it
true
can go to the
dedicated
bottom
gunships.
as well.
They are quite a tricky
if you're doing,
archetype
like,
to control in
ground
game without
missions,
being too powerful.
You can
It's
just
designed
flick-
with a lot of
flick around- flick
firepower
it to the bottom.
and high armor and health, but very low maneuverability.
So cool.
It's multi-crew. It's just built purely for battle. It's got lots of armor, lots of guns, big guns.
It's got a very similar squat kind of form to the Valkyrie. It kind of reminds me of, I guess, like a pit bull. Obviously a very menacing silhouette.
It looks quite forward-weighted in its stance.
Yeah,
it
it's
feels
a
like
nice
it's coming
multi-crew
towards you,
ship.
even when it's just sat still. And I think that's something that helps with it feeling intimidating.
Yeah, but you see the turret,
If
it's
we
got
swing
like a
round,
track.
following the ship round clockwise, what you'll then see is the first of the side turrets. If
cool.
we notice the canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick space between where the glass is and the hull exterior. That's because it has deployable armor, which can come out and give you a little bit more cover while you're actually attacking the target head on.
That's
It's got these really nice kind of dual-connected wings with the turrets out on the sides, just to try and give
Yeah.
as much kind of range for those turrets as we
They're
can
size
get.
4
Which is
on the
controlled by
sides.
one of the two remote stations underneath the bridge. If we come around to the rear, you'll see a rail. Now that rail mounts the main
so-
turret of the ship, which is controlled by the co-pilot.
So you've got full 360 coverage underneath, full 360 coverage on top with it, and then the side turrets also have 360 coverage that way around and 180 out sideways. So really you have, between the turrets, pretty much 360 coverage in all directions.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
One of the unique things about the Paladin is all the turrets are remote and all
Yeah.
the crew are located in this one central two-story room.
A lot of our other gunships, the crew gets scattered across the ship, but with the Paladin, you're all sat together with a nice, cool experience, so you can really feel like you're playing
That's
as
a
group.
4-person.
You've got the pilot
crew,
co-pilot up
see
top,
that?
you've got the gunners underneath, and I think that helps with the intention of what the ship does, because you've got
That's
this
quite
really
nice.
nice kind of like gunner viewpoint down, kind of giving this
I think the
lower
TAC has
coverage.
has
We added a glass floor just
competition.
to keep the two connected. I think that really helps with the feeling that you're all working together and communicating.
That said, if you don't have the ability to fully crew a Paladin, you can still fly it and engage in combat solo.
Obviously not as good as if you have a full crew, but you can't always guarantee your friends are going to be online.
As a solo ship, it's pretty capable of doing a variety of missions within Star Citizen. So if you want to run this ship solo, you can take on combat missions that, say, other heavy fighters like the Scorpius or other ships such as the Drake Cutlass could do. Coming aboard the Paladin, you enter into this sort of armory ready room area. You have a variety of suit lockers and weapon racks in this room.
Ooh. Everything's very militaristic, stripped back, simple.
We could try it.
It's a very functional space.
Wait,
but you'll find
unless they're
everything
saying they're going to upgrade the
improvements from
Cutlass
the
up
original
to a
concept
heavy
is
fighter.
You've added a small dedicated
Was that him
cargo
hinting?
bay area, allowing you to store actual SE
there's been
crates.
rumours.
Forward of that is the route to the lower gunners, and then upstairs.
I mean, it's got
you
the
have
size of a
bridge
heavy
area,
fighter.
and then off that
It would
central
make
area
perfect
you have
sense, right?
the dual living quarters, one on the left, one on the right, and then at the rear you have
Give it
the
some
main
size
sort
for
of
weapons.
engineering area where the majority of the components are. Also within the upper traversal area, you also have a little breakout area with seating, food machine, toilets, etc.
I think it's a very cool looking ship. I think we did a really nice job of taking what was there in the concept and adding an extra level of detail and trying to kind of push things forward.
I think it hits the nail in terms of a really solid military ship. It's really complementary to some of the other ships in the Anvil lineup.
I wouldn't
something like the
pilot it
Valkyrie, where
solo.
you've got this big drop ship.
You know,
the
I'm a big
believer
of
make sure it's safe, make sure no one messes with you, and just
crew
basically
ship.
scare people away.
The thing I like most, I think, about the Paladin is
I'd rather get
that
a
it's very
fighter
clearly
and
got a
just
crew
get
of
in it.
4, and they all kind of work and operate under the same conditions. You know, the pilot, co-pilot, and the 2 gunners, they're basically all equal on the ship. There's one toilet, everyone's got the same style of bunk. When they're at work, everyone's at the front of the ship together.
It's really odd to me that you call that, you like that there's one toilet for 4 people.
Well, you know, it's you all work together. You're all equal at work.
The toilet seat never gets cold.
Toilet seat never gets cold. Yeah.
So that's the Anvil Paladin. Whilst originally a military-built craft, it's the perfect ship for folks on the frontier trying to defend against threats. And talking of threats, let's move to our next ship, a replica from Hesperia.
Caring is caring.
Hesperia are a high-end manufacturer. They specialize in recreating exotic and particularly alien spacecraft.
Effectively what they're doing is they're remanufacturing them, making them a little bit more suitable for kind of human flight. And the latest offering from Hesperia is the Vandal Stinger.
It looks so
Vandal
cool.
are big, scary space aliens. They're like 7-foot-tall, evil war race that sort of take over, steal technology, absorb it, fuse it all together into their own needs.
They are the relatively nasty aliens that you sometimes hear about and haven't seen much of yet. They also make really cool spaceships.
The Stinger as a Vandal heavy fighter was reserved for their higher tier sort of ace pilots
It
or
does look
high-ranking
really cool.
members within their clans.
Oh, listen to that cannon.
The Stinger is a competitor to something like the FA or I guess the Scorpius.
It packs a lot of firepower in quite a large frame, so it's a very, very tanky spacecraft. The firepower is almost unrivaled in terms of just both the number and the size of them. So it's
That's
there
a
for
Gauss
players who
cannon, isn't
don't
it?
want agility. They don't want to be in and out quickly. They want to be there brawling with
That's
big
not
guns
laser,
and
that's
taking all
more
the
like a
hits.
Gauss cannon.
One thing Hesperia have done differently with the Stinger is they have done away with the majority of the bespoke weapons.
They heard everyone's complaints about the glaive and blade and have stripped off the original Vandal weapons to allow customization for standard human weapons.
With the exception of the single-size 5-gun.
Because it was too well integrated into the hull, even for Hesperia to remove.
All the additional weapons are generic mounts. So
I
they
like
can be
this
swapped
Hesperia.
with any of the existing lineup that we have in the game.
Yo, Helix.
By doing this, provides
Nice.
greater flexibility to the end
We're just
user.
having a
and
bit
this is
of a
something
watch
Hesperia
party.
wanted for the civilian market.
This is
for that
cool.
one bespoke weapon, the size 5 plasma cannon, functionally it is the same as the existing size 5 plasma cannons on the Scythe and Glaive, but it is a sort of Gen 2 model and wraps it in a different aesthetic compared to those models. You'll see they're very much older Vandal styling. This is much newer Vandal styling, but underneath it is the same weapon that people have used for years.
Our job as the vehicle art team on the PU was to take the Stinger from the squadron team and prepare
like
it for life in the PU.
Klingon bird of prey look,
took an
like
opportunity to take, this really well-established art style and, add extra details where needed.
So the exterior is a real blend of these kind of hard surface, kind of rare alloyed kind of wings, and then underneath this real kind of
like
organic
what
structure
they call
that
them?
kind of
Olympic
webs all
mine?
of the ship
No,
together.
not mine.
It
Olympic.
connects the thrusters in, it connects all the kind of underside of the vehicle and pulls the whole
Not
ship
Olympic
together.
mine.
You can tell
What am I
it's very
talking?
different from
Yeah, it does look good,
Vandal
man.
ships that are currently in the PU. If you take, for example, the way the cockpits are constructed.
Up at the front, we've got this big kind of bubble dome that gives the cockpit quite a unique shape compared to
does,
some of our
yeah.
other ships, and also gives the pilot a unique
really good
position within
Oh,
the
look,
ship.
they
and kind of
stand
gives
up.
great
You
visibility
see
out
that?
front.
There's no seat.
Boarding the Stinger is a little
pilot
unusual
stands up.
compared to other ships, obviously being alien in nature.
You're going through a ramp at the rear, and at least you're kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
There's, lots of organic detail.
That animation
rib
is
cages,
nice. Oh, look, like
kind
a-
of
like a
strange
whale.
alien forms.
Whale ribs.
On entry of the cockpit, the seat kind of comes down towards you.
Oh, there
and,
is a
and you kind
seat.
of climb over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the
But
cockpit.
they are
It feels very
organic.
much like you're being carried
Sort of like
inside the cockpit.
Into the
organic
traditional
biomass.
prone flying pose that Vandal pilots use.
Oh wow, so they lay down.
Very happy with the Stinger. I think the team done a really good job of making something that
pretty
feels
cool.
different. It feels alien, but it
Yeah,
suits
I
our
can
lineup
see
of
all the
ships and it
bugs,
suits our
yeah.
universe.
I think the guys did
Get
a really
stuck
good
in the
job
ramp,
of
fall off the ramp as
respecting
you're trying to get inside the
the
ship.
direction and vision from the original Stinger and Vandal ships and Squadron.
We've tried to take a lot of inspiration from movies and other science fiction material, but I think it sits well within the Star Citizen universe.
Oh yeah.
So we have
really
Paladin
nice.
for the People's Alliance. We have the Stinger for people that really like Vandal and want to try and pretend to be them. But what about the other mysterious faction we have running around?
So Gray Chowdhury got his start as he was working at a cargo center out in Odin. He started being able to get his hands on some stuff that other people couldn't, items that necessarily you couldn't find on a store shelf, but you wanted anyway.
I think Gray is interested in, happy customers. Gray just sees themselves as a conduit to get these things in the hands of people who would appreciate them.
And I think that his latest offering is really going to turn some heads.
Oh no, what's it?
So the
What
Shiv,
the hell?
well, we don't really know what it is, if I'm, to be fair.
Is this literally what I said the other day?
Someone
Like,
who
just
is
gets a load of
genius
guns and
at
sticks it on.
aeronautics and ship assembly is given free rein to do whatever they want. It's the best of whatever they can find lying around, put together to make something truly
literally
unique,
what I said the other
wonderful,
day.
arguably beautiful, and just released out into the universe to see what happens.
At first glance at the exterior of the Shiv, I think most people will probably
It's a
recognise
cutter.
there is more
A
than a
cutlass.
fair proportion of a cutlass
Yeah, cutlass,
visible there, but it's had quite a few changes to it.
As you look a little bit closer, you'll start to pick out elements from other ships.
I literally
You've got,
said that they should
main
do
thrusters
this.
that are from the Valkyrie.
Have a guy in world.
Even the bits that
that's,
are
like,
obviously a
just
cutlass have had panels
aftermarket
welded on,
mods.
panels removed. The top turret, which is now remote, is just this hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other ships' turrets. And then the changes continue onto the inside, where again, it sort of feels cutlass-like, but then you'll find
Look at all the
there's
wires
bits of
ripped out.
Crusader ships just integrated into the wall instead of what was there originally.
It has lost its side entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters. It's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters. It's upped its firepower.
As ever, with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
There's loose cables, panels are exposed. If you look carefully, you'll notice there are tools laying around in the cockpit.
It's gained a toilet.
A bucket.
Yeah, it's one for doing stuff, and then you need a second one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It has very much taken that ethos of Drake and moved it down a level, which I think is quite an achievement.
Just look at this thing. How do you even begin to describe the madness that created this? It's the Shiv.
The ship.
This is something new and different for Star Citizen. Where did it come from?
I'm not going to answer that.
Just
Nope.
nothing. Just
No comment.
Gray goes to places and talks to people. I mean, you know, there are just many ways to find these things that, you know, I mean, are they legitimate, you know, manufacturers?
Maybe.
No.
Pirate ship, yeah.
Are they operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but, you know, money's money.
Does Gray have a motto, an ethos to live by?
It probably comes down to, don't ask where I got it, don't ask how we got it.
Don't worry about it. Just ask if you want it.
Nah.
I think the ship is for someone that is looking for something
if
a
it's,
bit different.
If
a bit
it's
away from
about
the norm.
Gray,
They just want something
nobody
that's
say.
unique.
That's what they need to
definitely
say.
for people
That's
who
what
like
the
a
motto
rustic
should be.
aesthetic.
It's a fun
If you're
ship,
asking about
but
Gray,
it's also really strong, to be honest.
Nobody
and it's
say.
absolutely a statement.
I'm happy with the 3 ship offerings. They are obviously very combat heavy.
There's something we wouldn't normally release all at once, but honestly, all of them are a different statement and they're all cool.
As always,
No one talks
super
about
excited to
Gray.
release these ships into the game and just see how players react and play with them.
Yeah.
It's always fun to see the quirks and the shenanigans that people get up to with them. So that's talking ship for another year. So-
You gotta do the thing with Lexi. Talking weapons.
So I've just been informed that we have to do a bit of a timeshare agreement this year. So we have to throw it over to Alexi for Talking Weapons, which is an extremely original name.
nice transition, making it a bit
I'm
humorous.
talking about the new edition that come out in October. The non-weapons are essentially the weapons that does not have a manufacturer, the weapons that you can think of that were made by
These are all the
space
ex-CD
pirates.
Projekt Red guys, aren't they?
Gray sells whatever he can sell.
All the devs from
Sometimes he gets his
Poland.
hands on some weapons that come
Alexei.
from unknown origins.
He will sell things that no company in their
They
right
left the
mind would
company
ever make.
after all the.
These are the most
all
kind of
the-
like
the
scrappy
crap
and
that happened.
taped together and the most kind of like pyro-ish weapons that you can think of.
Right now we're releasing 3 new weapons. Rocket launcher, the LMG, and the long-awaited Space AK.
Oh, what?
I think this is
Oh.
the one that
I think Dave's found
not
his new
only
gun.
is the most in demand, but I've been politely badgered about the most. It's a fun rifle that basically fires energy and ballistic in sequence. So your first shot will be your ballistic, your second shot will be the energy. You'll see on the top of the
What?
art, there is a bolt that cycles the rounds, and that goes off with the ballistic shot, but it does not go off with the energy shot. And that is just like a really fun way of making a weapon work in kind of like a scrappy, glued together kind of
That is
aesthetic.
crazy.
The LMG, this thing is a really fun, slow-firing, hard-hitting beast.
It will bring the 50 cal, and the only other weapons that have this right now in the
Yeah,
verse are the Bearing
really
Sniper
weird.
Rifle and the Coda.
Honestly, if you even
Definitely
get hit
a
by
Dave
one,
gun.
you just instant tier 1 injury, back to medical.
Are you even trying anymore?
You know what? We made all these really complicated, fancy guns, and some people just want, I want a slow-firing rifle. Give me a scrap-together box that fires the biggest thing you can possibly find.
I don't know, man. That
We
seems a
don't
bit
have
OP.
rocket launcher of this caliber. It will be 3 grenades
Oh,
straight
no.
together that you pull into the tube and fire towards your enemies. The cool part about it will have an arming distance, so you will not be able to just point it towards an enemy.
It's also going to have a lot of spread. So essentially,
gun, yeah.
you're going to have to get very close with your launcher to be
Oh,
able
that's
to blow
pretty
up
cool.
ships with a single payload in it. You can't actually aim with the apparatus, because if you've got the tube on your shoulder and you try to aim it, you'd have to physically put the tube in your head. So we were like, oh, we can't have an aim apparatus for this. And then we realized, like, it's in the spirit of being a tube that you can't use the aiming apparatus, and you just kind of like, all right, I think that's the middle of the screen, I'm gonna hit it.
It's in the spirit of being a tube.
I mean, That's
going
not.
to talk about binoculars.
Hang on. So what he said about you have to put the tube in the middle of your head. It's called off-canted sights, right? They have them on RPG launchers now, so yeah, he doesn't obviously know
Binoculars are
about
really cool,
guns.
not something that you need to
It's
be
still cool, though.
aware of.
It's really funny because obviously, due to Glint Gate, as I beautifully internally call it, basically there was a lot of community feedback, basically saying like, "Oh, I really like spotting people. I really like playing a spotter."
Tubed, mate. Yes.
And
Get
essentially, I
tubed,
was
mate.
like, "Oh, this community
mate, we
wants
need
to
to
be able
make
spot
that into
people
a
from
slogan.
distances, and what can
And
we
have a
make
picture of a rocket
gadget-wise that
launcher.
doesn't require new features?" And it was like,
Make some
binoculars.
merch, some t-shirts
And I
or something.
prototyped
Get
a thing
tubed,
which
mate.
essentially was just a scope in a hand, and it worked. So we've got some really cool binoculars coming that allow you to spot people from distances.
And how much damage do the binoculars do?
Depends on how you throw them.
The binoculars. Nice.
Thanks,
I've been wanting
Alexei and Zach.
binoculars.
That's the end of this segment for this year.
With
So
night
that's
vision.
talking ship and weapons, unless anyone else is going to come and tell me something else. It's been an exciting year, and I think the next year of ships is going to be even more exciting and expansive than this year.
That looks like everyone else has turned up from the office now.
That is an eclectic bunch of combat ships for the verse, and they're all available right now up on the robertsspaceindustries.com store. Also, any minute now, there's going to be a PTU drop that includes all three, so you can fly them now ahead of their release next week when Alpha 432 goes live. 3 combat ships. I wonder if they'll have any additional uses coming up later in the show. That's a hint. All right, what else can I shill? Oh, there's merch. We've got these
merch.
cool new Levski desk mat things.
Oh,
These are
I think
always
I'm going to
popular.
need one of them.
There's some Levski metal posters on the store, and of course, love them or hate them, but you can't avoid them. There's this cool new Wickelow's Emporium t-shirt.
Oh, I think Pisces is going to have to buy himself one of them.
There's also a page published earlier today with a bunch of links to offerings from our third-party partners, from eye trackers to gaming chairs to voice packs to spaceship models from new partners like Planet Ring and Pigeon Spaceport and more. You can find all of that on the RSI website as well. And what else can I shill? Oh, for those of you who are at watch parties, where is it? Challenge coins. Who doesn't love challenge coins? There's these lovely Levski themed challenge coins if you're attending one of the 9 official watch parties around the world. There's also a digital one of these in the goodies pack. So you check those out.
I thought you'd
leave
like
today without getting your
How many
Levski
scripts
challenge
for that?
coin.
How many
All
scripts?
right. What else can I shill? Now I'm kind of tired of shilling. All right. Let's find out some more about where we are. Simon, can we move? Can we do? Oh, yeah. Look at that. Okay, here we go. Pardon me. Excuse me. Hi. How you doing? That was my best angle. Hey, I got to be careful. Last year I took 3 steps and tore a muscle. All right. So this is the 9th floor of CIG Manchester's Manchester office. That's This is the room where we have lunch every day, and if you get here early enough, croissants, if the weapons team hasn't stolen all of them. Over here, we got some cool mannequins representing different aspects of the game. You got the ever-present, Hurston security armor over here. That's really cool. You got your Dusters armor right here. You got this guy from a game that we're not talking about today. Marine armor, yeah, it's all pretty cool. And then when you come over here, got a nice little recreation area. There's some sim pits over there for people who need to test that kind of stuff. We got this cool
Those sim pits look cool.
Bengal carrier. Come over here, shoot it.
Wait a minute.
Go down the nose here. Watch this. It's pretty cool.
That looks like it's been that's way
you see
too
me?
thought out not to be modeled in the game.
Hi, Mom. All right. So
Yeah.
and what are you doing, Richard Towler? All right. I thought John went to Washington, D.C. Let's see, what else we got? We got cool Voyager bar here. This is where we get all kinds of breakfast goodies, coffee, stuff like that. Hey, who remembers the big coffee controversy of 2016, where everybody took to Reddit and pondered the question, do devs deserve coffee? I do. You want to see what next year's big controversy is? Check this out. I'm going to come over here. Do devs deserve coffee? Welcome to the Stargarita machine. Yeah. Do devs deserve frozen deliciousness? I don't know. Go to Reddit and let us know. All right, let's see. Let's go over here.
Competition winners.
Competition. Oh, competition winners. We have the list of competition winners. Can we put that on the screen? Yeah, sorry, competition winners. Remember the competition for the CitizenCon winners? The people made the videos, and we gave them a Kruger L21 Wolf. We actually have the names. They're behind me. Look. Oh. All right, that's cool. Also, everybody's got food. Do I have food here? Oh, somebody's supposed to save me pizza. All right, so we got, oh, you guys saved me a lot of pizza. Let's see, there's like 3 different kinds of pizza here.
Why is he wasting time right now? Well, people does he knows he's trolling the people right now, doesn't he? He knows he's trolling everyone because it's like only 2 hours. It's only 2 hours. He knows he's trolling everyone.
I have now crafted my own pizza experience. And that is a terrible segue into our next segment. Gemma, can we, Gemma, are you there?
Yes, Jared.
Can we fire up the FPS crafting segment while I try to chew this off camera?
We sure can. Roll, BT.
Yeah, so that was a bit I'm not sure about that. That was a
Star Citizen.
That wasted time,
right,
for the viewers.
Experience,
it's not cool.
You can set out to tackle the
I
universe
get it was
in
Jared
whatever
being
ways
silly,
you
but
want. But that doesn't mean we can't shape parts of the universe here and there to better suit our needs. That goes for both you and us. Let's start this part of the show with a look at how crafting is going to change everything from resource gathering, refining, and even combat when it comes online in the next few months.
Oh, next
few
months.
This version of crafting is going to be quite small in scale. We're going to use it as a kind of a concentrated effort to allow the players to experience the initial UI, the flow of gathering materials of different quality, and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
The first version is going to be primarily FPS items that you can craft, weapons and armor. For Star Citizen, crafting is our primary progression mechanic. Star Citizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships, we have gear, we have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve. And those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in Star Citizen.
Yeah.
Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items. It's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game. The materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality matters.
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able to have some quality materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft, and the different attributes will be increased
I've not seen that
based
gone
on
before.
the quality of the materials you use. It's not just
Like
iron ore anymore,
like a
it's iron ore of the
taser gun.
quality that you know will get you the
Taser
stats
face.
for the item that you desire. And it's not just mining, it's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources that you're collecting, you can see what you have, you can order it better, you can understand what you have in your inventory.
We won't have the new refining crafting system yet. We'll be using the existing ones. Those will pass the quality through into the refined materials. which you can then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal items. Once you have your blueprint and your quality materials that you've refined, then you can put them together on the item fabricator. This will be pretty much what we showed in last year's CitizenCon, with the UI letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of the item. Once you're happy with what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to craft, and it'll get queued up, and your result will be produced sometime later.
Like it's a 3D printer, so you can like...
You'll be able to get the new crafting machine from shops in most landing
That's
zones.
really clever.
You'll be able to bring it up on your freight elevator and use it in your personal hangar, or tractor beam it around and stick it on a ship if you want to use it from there.
Yes, I said that. I said that would be perfect.
There'll be a small amount of blueprints you get credited to your
be able
account
to put that
just
in the hangar
test
upstairs.
and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for. So it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops. You'll be able to increase and improve item stats that are relevant to your gameplay. Maybe your gun will shoot faster, maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances against environmental effects or incoming fire. You might be wondering, what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release.
On that white armor.
We're happy with this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs
I wonder where you get that from.
Get the metrics in, get the feedback in, because then we can make the changes that, you know, they only become obvious, so to speak, when you have kind of mass amounts of data and mass amounts of users using it. So I'm very excited to get it out in the wild.
It's our intention to get crafting out on tech preview by the end of the year and get the testing we need so we can release it when it's ready.
Yeah.
So that's one way you'll be crafting your own experiences in the Star Citizen universe. But what about us? Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more.
Instancing?
We're bringing instancing to Star Citizen in 2026. Why are we doing it, and how will it work? So if you've played any content in 2025 in Star Citizen, you know that most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere. Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro. But like most MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a sense of progression that is tailored and balanced to a tunable amount of groups, so the difficulty matches the group size. There's a beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience. So before anybody says this is only a PvE thing, this technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other. It's really about like unlocking developers' ability to create curated content.
PvP areas.
So that said, how will it work?
PvE
Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangars, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join an open instances that has a number of slots. And so some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangars currently.
Let's go and find out what one of our first instances will be.
Oh.
Siege of Arisen was an event we did previously, which created a gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands of Arisen. This was a high-paced, high-intensity event, but it struggled a little bit from its technical execution. But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it
like
and
people were
modify it
turning
and
up
make
with
it
ships
better
and just like
for you and a small group
minigunning the
to
whole
work through that
platform
activity.
and just
It
messing
is
it
an
up.
event that I had the honor of pretty much solely designing and building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF puts the call out for volunteers because basically the Nine Tails have taken over sort of a cluster of floating platforms in Orison.
And you are there to kill these sort of lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take back control. So in our current thinking, Siege of Orison is designed for about 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or your org will go in, you'll all have sort of dedicated roles. Some of you
15
might
to
be
20,
the tank who
that's
brings
pretty
in the
cool.
heavy weapons and sort of
I was
pulls the
thinking that
fire.
they
Some
were
of you might
thinking
sit
like
at
a
the back and be the
5-person
sniper
max.
and pick people off who are a bit further to make the advance easier. Some of you will be the medic who sole job is going to be revive and
No,
look
I
after
didn't-
the
I
rest of
didn't
your
play
team
it.
and the health of them. And some of you will be the people who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done. The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people, but when we released it, we fixed the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed for.
It was a massive operation at the time. I think that bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic addition back into the PU.
So imagine if Siege was a instance that you could go in and play solo, or if it was a public event that you could go with your friends, or you could join up with random players on the server. There's lots of ways that we want to take a look at Siege, how we can make it a more approachable piece of content.
This is good. I'm liking this.
I'm excited, to say the least, to bring back Siege of Orison to Star Citizen and to sort of have it be one of the first tests that we have for instancing and really get it back to sort of a core experience point where it should be.
Oh, there's that gun.
So while the next season is quite heavily focused on Nyx, I'm also very happy that we're not really ignoring our other 2 systems of Standard and Pyro, and we're going back there and we're sort of improving and expanding on the player's life in those 2 systems as well.
I'm still not sure if I like that AK laser
Yes,
hybrid
and while things
gun
like
thing.
Genesis, interstellar hauling, crafting, Siege of Orison, and more will reveal next year, we'll continue to bring
Like, it
life
feels like a
into the
novelty gun,
existing
like
universe.
they've just put it
outside
in
of
there
Nyx.
because people
There's
are asking
still
for a space
one
AK.
more exciting use for instancing we're building right now. It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of 2026, and what it means for progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our Building Interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works.
Oh, wow.
So inside the facility, you'll find huge vaporization chambers, old processing plants, industrial tunnels, and eventually into the old turbines, which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
So this is the true history of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see in I-18 or the other landing zone. It's the pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and more structural place, but you will also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working. Everything's going to quite literally. And so the player is tasked with their group, most likely, to go into there, take out the outlaws, and get the facility working again.
So let me get this straight. This is literally a mission to fix the toilets of Levski?
It's not just the toilets. You're also trying to turn on the air. Air is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but they have like maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly.
It's
not just for the toilet.
Omnisky. And
it's also a little bit more exciting than just going into like some vents. It's like a
Omnisky.
free layered system where there's free
Omnisky.
chapters.
This will be mission-driven and repeatable. Everything from mining
look at
to
that.
salvage
Repair.
to combat to investigation.
Repair.
A variety of roles. Narratively, it's a real sandbox. Every progression
Oh,
you
that's
do
cool.
will unlock a new area that will link back to previous areas, complexifying the play space.
We've been wanting to have more gameplay around landing zones for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that allows us to do something that provides really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression, but it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
It's going to allow players to return back to it at different states, depending on how much you've progressed, and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people getting in your way. It's you, your team, your party.
It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at and they can keep going back to it and improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump through them in faster and faster times as well.
So that's a look at how we'll be allowing players and developers alike to create more crafted experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay, is that it for me at this point, Jared?
Almost. Throw it back to me, and I've got one more for you after this.
Back to you, Jared.
Everybody's really excited about the year ahead. So that's a brief look at some of the ways in which we're allowing you and our developers to craft a more curated Star Citizen experience. Now, at this point in the show, we are in the home stretch. We've got only one more segment to go. But before we do that, we wanted to check out, we said earlier in the show that we would look at what you were saying during the show. We looked at how to put YouTube comments on the stream, and it was immediately apparent that we were going to lose our broadcast license, so we're not going to do that. We did find some social media stuff on Twitch, though, or not Twitter, X. What is it called now? Let's see what this says. Let's see, we've got Welcome Back Levski from, I'm not wearing my glasses. Oh, no. Oh, time to suit up, let's go get him, says Ubu. I really should have worn my glasses. Cue the bagpipes. That's the other game, Charlie Oscar. Let's see. Nice to see you live, Jared. Mom? Let's see. First Citizen Con after playing for almost a decade in Austin. Oh, nice. Straight out of Klesher, back to the Hex. Photos from Leicestershire. How do you say it? Is that Leicestershire? Leicester? Leicester? I've only been in the UK for 3.5 years. At San Jose Bar Citizen Watch Party. Oh, somebody created a lovely Vandal mask there. Sean Tracy, can we get that in game? Just that, exactly. Just scan that, put that in game. All right, so that's a few reactions we're seeing on social media right now.
That would actually
before
be
we get to our big finale, or the thing we're going to wrap up the show with today, I did want to talk a little bit about Big Citizen Con versus Digital Citizen Con versus what we're doing today, which is Citizen Con Direct. Every year, Citizen Con is a monumental task for any number of people, whether that's development, marketing, the support teams, the platform teams. Everybody comes together to make this thing happen and go off, hopefully without a hitch. And so far, we've been doing all right, other than some stuff in the room here. You know who you are. They had to know. But doing CitizenCon is not always the easiest thing for our developers. You might not assume this, but most game developers are not social butterflies. They tend to like to sit quietly in the dark at their computers, like little goblins, and just make digital virtual worlds like this. And then I come in all happy and like, hey, you want to be on video? And they're like, no. And I'm like, it's in your contract. And they're like, oh yeah. So we thought, we usually do it behind the scenes afterwards, but we thought we'd do a little bit of it here. The folks in the editorial department put together a brief montage of some of the more candid moments from the filming of CitizenCon over the last couple weeks. So we're going to spend 2 minutes and take a look at that. Let's see what they put together.
How many CitizenCons have you performed in now?
Performed? Just the one.
Nope, my first one.
One last year.
2.
A few.
8 or 9?
Maybe 9 or 10?
Never.
Man, I don't know, man.
Did you like doing it?
Yes, I was completely terrified.
It was good, a bit stressful.
The first live one, I was a mess.
Weird combination of going from insane highs to insane lows.
Live ones.
Because?
It's over.
The live ones are pretty special.
Pre-samp's always fun, but the live events are special, aren't they?
Remember we were at that weird crack house in Ancos?
Right.
I like the live ones. Oh, I mean, I love these digital ones. These are the best.
Every time I've done it, it has been a digital one, and I'd like to do one on stage.
Is it because you have a restraining order against you, or?
Didn't know if I was going to be sick, if I was going to lose my stomach.
How hard is it to keep your eyes open on stage?
That's another problem with the lights. They're kind of, I'm realizing through this sentence that I'm closing my eyes as I speak. Do I do that a lot?
I am a very shy individual, so this is me just trying to get out of my shell.
Getting the crowd to react to the ideas that we've been working on for so long.
We can react. Watch. Everybody.
Yay!
I can feel your passion from here.
Counting you down in like 30 seconds, I'm like, do I stand up? Do I sit down? Do I drink? Do I not? Do I talk?
This will be the best one yet. That's right. Because it's nice and short.
Is this all supposed to be usable content? Because I could be different.
No. Of all your nicknames, why is Moist Master your favorite?
I think you mean least favorite, and because it has the word moist in it. I mean, come on.
We'll give you a new nickname by the end of this.
Sounds good. Could do
All
with
right,
one.
Let's get started.
I know. How about nipply?
So for those of you watching at home at
Nipply.
the watch parties, you're like, why are we showing that? I put that in there because I'm eternally grateful
Moist.
for all of the CIG staff and developers who take the time to appear on these things, whether it's ISC, SCL, CitizenCon, walk on stage, be pre-recorded. It's not the easiest thing for everybody. And on behalf of the community, if I can speak for them in this regard, I want to say thank you for participating in these things each and every year that we have them. Now, let's wrap things up here. So, let's see, how do I want to do this? At this point, we've only got one major story left to tell. But before we do that, we wanted to do one more check-in on something we started last year. Last year, Rich Tyler took the stage and presented his roadmap to 1.0. And we didn't want to go an entire year without talking to the senior game director himself to get his update on that 1 year later. So we're going to throw it to him, and we're going to go to our last segment, and when we come back, we'll say our goodbyes. And if you're at a watch party, it's time to get... I was going to say... that's not a word I can say on the camera. Let's just go. Let's just throw it back to me. Go to me from 1 week ago.
How do you feel about Chris not speaking at these things anymore because he was promising too much?
Last year, Senior Game Director Rich Tyler took to the stage and revealed our plan for 1.0. Now, before we end this year's CitizenCon Direct, we wanted to take a few moments and follow up on that reveal from last year, to do as we've done today and look at the year ahead. So, Rich, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Well, you're welcome.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it. Everybody knows the only constant in game development is change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the road to 1.0?
Well, fortunately, nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy working towards that goal in the background, and every patch this year has moved us towards that goal. And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year, I highly recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done, at this point, 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior. How does each one of these
not
And we're
just
already
sit
going to
as their
get
own
3
moment in
more
time,
releases
but
by the
move
end
us
of the
forward
year.
on this road to 1.0.
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0,
Wow.
how all those
So
complex
that's going to
systems
be
can tie
12
together.
releases?
And one of the
That's
core aspects
pretty
of
big.
that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of
And the sticking to
locations,
schedule as
mission
well.
givers, guilds, and
Amazing,
all the
really.
different areas of the game to the players. Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all the
1.1,
content that was
yeah.
going to support that framework, add the flesh to the bones, should we say. And I think that's where this year has moved us towards that goal. If you think about previous events of previous years, they've generally been locations that we've put into the verse, but they've been
added a
transient.
whole new
We've
team
taken them away, like Siege of
in
Orison
Canada.
or Zenithreat. We've added them to game,
So,
and then they've been moved away.
like a whole new,
and I think with the
you know,
addition
they-
of
they
the
got
patches
the,
this year, when you look at the Hathor
Canada team
facilities,
now,
Onyx facility, these
Manchester
are
team,
permanent
and they've
additions
got,
to the world that not only have their
Houston,
own story
right? Texas
as when we release
team.
them with the patches, but they'll also become points of interest and areas
Oh.
that the larger
And that's for
1.0
Star
narrative
Citizen.
will
That's not
utilize.
Squadron
Since we're on
42.
story, I'm going to stay with this here. Since we launched the PU back in 2015, it's always been this sandbox where players can do what they want. They can bring their own story to the verse, and that'll never change. But how important is it that we also build this concurrent narrative of our own, this crafted experience, if you will, alongside that?
Well, we're trying to create a living, breathing universe. And that includes both the player stories that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together. But it also means that we want to have a universe that gives back. We want areas and locations to feel like they're believable and real life locations. And if you look throughout this year and the patches that we've worked towards, we've had an overarching story that's moved from patch to patch, and we're going through some of those cycles right now. We've also been introducing mission content that has fully voiced dialogue and facial animation, which allows us to inject some of the meaning and the why to what you are doing as a player. And I think story is integral to Star Citizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it allows to.
I can see why he's a director.
Throughout the game.
To see this big turn this year,
He's
to
able
start
to
injecting
really
stories
convey
in the verse. I think people are really responding to it. So
in a very
everybody knows,
articulate
and you
manner,
mentioned
you
just
know,
now that
all
this
the
year
different
we
facets.
changed a whole lot about how we operated and how we release things. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's gone very well. I think if the mantra that I've always been pushing this year at the beginning of January was patch always goes. And I think this year has seen a different development strategy for how
Patch
we've
always
been
goes.
moving the game
So
forward.
whatever the
That's
deadline,
where
they're going to push
this
it.
different strategy has allowed
No
us
matter what condition
to really
it's in,
take
it's gonna
a
go
wider
on.
approach.
Okay.
And we also have to remember
That's kind of
that
respectable
Star
that they're not
Citizen is
holding
played
it
by
back,
tens
right?
of thousands of players every day. And while we have lofty future goals, we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for the people that are playing it all the time, playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between
Exactly,
patches.
and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players.
Yeah, risk
I
of
don't
breaking
think
the
it's good
game.
for the
I
development
respect
team.
it though.
I think it's
to be fair,
because
it is an alpha,
regular
right?
cadence of
And
drops.
the-
One good
they're
example
saying
is
to the-
this year for
the
a
players,
line of
like,
mine. People probably don't know,
we're
but
part
a line
of the
mine,
growth
when
of the
you turned
game,
on
you
the
know.
laser,
So this is
it was
it.
actually
You know,
supposed
if
to
you want to
reveal
play,
the
you want to be
Slam's
part of
Valkyrie.
the alpha. You're gonna
and I
have to
played
deal with
it,
the baddie
and
stuff.
it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game. So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin, and we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits, and like I said,
Did you say
I
they're
wanna
taking
dispel
out
a
the
myth
Valakar?
right here, right now. Like,
Did I just hear
features
that
are
right?
still being worked on quite heavily in the background,
rewind
from
that?
radar and scanning in FPS,
Oh, no, I
the new
can't, it's live.
quantum, to inventory, engineering, and crafting, and all of those features are going to be coming very, very soon for players to get their hands on. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say that if I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope
if
that
they
we would have
really want to
released
make big
more
money
features,
with this game, you
but
know
I
what they
also
should
think
have?
every decision we've made this year
A 3D
has been through
scanning
the lens
service
of
that they could
making the
put
live experience
in
as
Manchester
stable
or something.
and as good as possible.
Absolutely.
Or at one
All
of
right,
the,
so that's
or
a bit about
each
the
of the
year
studios.
before. And the year before
and
has
then
been, I've said
you can
this
go
before,
and get yourself imported into the game
say it right
for your
now, again
character.
on camera. I think this has been the best year of Star Citizen
And
ever.
you pay
And
for
I'm
the
willing
service to do it.
Look right into the camera and say that. The player numbers are up, engagement
Just saying,
numbers are up, the
3D scanner.
length of the play sessions are
It'd
up,
take about
bug numbers are
25
down,
minutes
30K
to
is
scan
gone.
a
It's been a
person.
solid year. But CitizenCon isn't CitizenCon without talking about the future. So I want to move us to the future. We've talked about story. We've talked about this more
costs a
diegetic,
couple grand,
immersive
obviously,
universe and
but
adding voice lines and stuff
they'd
like
make
this.
money on it.
But where do we go from here? Obviously that continues, but what more are we going to do to make this universe seem alive and real and breathing?
I think the biggest thing is to start having that conversation be two-way. So if you think about this year, like you mentioned, we've been having fully voiced NPCs, but a lot of those missions and those NPCs, they're talking to you, they're talking at you.
Right. Yes, it
You
is.
don't get to talk back to them. Now, obviously, you get to interact with them through your actions.
I agree
you
with
get to go and do their mission, you
25.
get to move that along, and then they talk to you again. But
Definitely was.
it's a one-way conversation.
We're missing that conversation wheel.
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something that we're going to be working towards very soon, with Battaglia being the first one coming back in the verse. And just to be clear, we will be bringing all the mission givers eventually back, and we want them to be an integral part of the verse and the story that players go and enjoy. We want the locations to be brought to life, and as we mentioned last year, we want to have interactive scenes that you can go and be part of. And obviously the full end goal is towards, you know, to have cinematic stories in the game, and that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we do, every decision we make is through the lens of moving us closer to 1.0. It might sometimes be difficult to see why those decisions have been made at the time they've been made, but rest assured that Star Citizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming towards, and that's what we're going to be moving forward with every patch next year as well.
And remembering when mission givers were first introduced, they sometimes became a bottleneck. Is there a role in instancing, which we learned about earlier today? Is there a role for instancing in that, in helping with mission givers?
Yes, partially. It will be one mechanism that will allow us to have players go to their own individual area of the verse, have that conversation, and then go and continue on into the open world environment. So I think that's where, when we look at instancing provides us one tool that allows us to remove that bottleneck and provide a more seamless experience.
Happy you said that, because that's one of our last topics I want to get to, is how we reconcile instancing with the persistent universe. Like, for the last 10 years now, we've been building this giant, seamless, persistent universe where everybody can come in and play together. And it would be easy to have a first instinct reaction to the idea of instancing and say that's antithetical to everything that Star Citizen. But you mentioned last year these three pillars of building Star Citizen in the PU, and I want to know, you said nothing changed, but I want to ask you about this specifically. What are those three pillars again, and how does instancing fit within the greater design of Star Citizen?
So the three pillars I mentioned last year were open world. That's just like the missions you love today. You can go and play, there's other players there, and you can go and enjoy that together. Then we have instancing, which I'll talk about more, but similar to municipal works that we've talked about previously. And then the third pillar was dynamic content, which would be content that's generated by the activities of the players. And I think it's very easy to become myopic around one specific thing when we're talking about it a lot, when it's the next stage of our development. And I think you could reverse it. If we'd have made a game that was all instance, and then I'd come on camera and said, hey guys, we're going to start doing it open world, it would be like, oh, is the game changing? Are we doing open world now? Is open world the new North Star that's going to take us this way? And it's not. It's just one more tool that's going to allow us to offer different and dynamic experiences for players to go and engage in. Now, when I talk about instancing isn't always what you'd imagine as a solo instance experience where it's only just you. We're going to have several different versions of instances. Some are going to be closed instances, which will be like the new player experience. We'll be able for you to go in by yourself, for us to teach you the ropes in a safe environment so that you can understand how to play the complex game that we've made. But we'll also have open instances like a cantina or a bar where we might say, hey, we only want 50 people to come in here because we've got mission givers and we've got other NPCs for you to talk to, and you would just walk in and it would be seamless. You wouldn't know that there was an instance, it's not going to get a loading screen, you would just seamlessly walk into that location, it would be full of other players and NPCs, and you can go and enjoy the content. And that's, I think, something that instancing is going to provide us. It's going to give us a tool to offer different dynamic content, or curated content, as I'd say. It allows us to create experiences that are different to the open world experiences that we've already made. And it's not to say that we won't continue our open world development or only do instance content. It's going to be a mix. And like I said, this is one of the pillars that will move us towards 1.0. We will eventually work on dynamic content that will move us forward to 1.0, and all three of those pillars will interweave to create the full Star Citizen experience.
All right, so we've hit a lot of the bigger topics, the feature work, engineering, and FPS crafting coming to tech preview soon, stuff like this. We've talked about instancing and how that's going to work within the universe. But I want to ask you this one last big one. It's very easy to say Star Citizen is this kind of game and that kind of game. Those of us who spend our days making it know better. It's an everything game. It's everything we can make it game. It just is. But at the core of this is still spaceships. That life of spaceships. What more can you tell us about spaceship gameplay in the future? What can you give us? What can you tee up for us to look forward to for those of us who are really into Star Citizen for the spaceships?
Our intentions going forward are to make sure that every ship or ship archetype that you acquire has a role and has content that you can go and enjoy in the universe. For example, right now I know that we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions. We're going to be working on refueling missions. And we want to make sure that each and every one of the ship has a purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo MPUV, as well as ground vehicles, all the way up to the large capital ships. We want to give them purpose, and I think it's something that we are absolutely aware of. We want to make sure that we're building that spectrum of content to allow players to go and engage in, and I think 2026 is going to be a very good year for Star Citizen, and I think there's going to be something that's very interesting and something that a lot of people have been waiting for, but rather than me spoil it, I'll let Ian and the team go into the details on that.
He had a twinkle in his eye. Ian, take it away.
So the persistent universe has existed for over 10 years now. During that time, we've created lots of gameplay systems, we've added hundreds of locations, we've added lots of mission activities for different purposes: combat, cargo, mining, salvaging. But for combat ships, the only thing you've been able to do is fight other combat ships. In 2026, this changes. We're going to be delivering a spaceship-focused activity space which incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles. These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to overcome your objective. So what you're going to see is very early. It's early in the pipeline process, and it's going to come online about mid-next year. But we're really excited about the content we're creating, so we want to share with you a super early look at what we're building in a space we're calling Tactical Strike Groups.
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of what this new faction is really doing in the Nyx system.
They've sent a capital ship to check out a station and run into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersec, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
When you arrive, you will have this big asteroid, kind of broken asteroid, and on this you will have this space where you will find 3 big arms. You will see in the middle, you will have this big energy core. Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you have met before.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is where you want your light or your medium or your heavy fighters, whichever playstyle you prefer.
So while one part of your group is dealing with the fighters, now it's time to actually assault the station.
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
Somehow they've incorporated Vanduul capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
Oh, nice. So the fighters will have to take them
Polaris
down.
and your Idris, if you get it close, it will get shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of make it so we can mix up that ship combat, and not everyone can just bring the biggest ship and win just because they have the biggest ship.
Solo players are screwed.
You have to send out your best pilots to navigate the superstructure and take down anything that may damage your bigger ships.
Yeah, I love it.
So at
Fantastic,
this point you're thinking,
mate.
destroy the turrets, but it's not that easy.
Oh.
This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage. Your missiles won't do anything, your lasers won't do anything, your ballistics won't do anything to them. But like everything, they do have a weakness. You have to cut the power to their shields. To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
Okay, this is cool.
So the exterior has a number of power relays that are holding the doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But it may not be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own shields that are resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here. That's torpedo ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
Okay, that's cool. Getting a torpedo going. Given an actual torpedo
been taken down, the station opens up.
Right?
And this is where things get really cool.
Now it's time for you to fly your ship inside the station.
Yeah, you, in your ship, fly into the superstructure of this station.
How cool is that?
I feel like this is a proud dad moment. Thank you, Jared.
We're just going to call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Trench run.
Oh, nice. Trench run.
So as you enter the structure, you'll see cooling units along the sides that you'll need to take out.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
There's 3 arms to the station
Nah,
that have these
mate.
trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center, and then you'll move out another trench.
You're either going to do it multiple times, or you need to bring friends.
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
There are objects to avoid. You're going to have to be able to dodge. You're going to have to move quickly. You need an agile ship.
Well, it looks like I'm going to have
the
to
shield generator
fire
that
Hornet.
you're targeting is emitting lots of distortion damage.
So once the cooling units are out, that exposes the core to overheat, which means that you can attack it from the inside and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the station. This core is armored and just takes a whole lot of damage.
We're gonna have to get on board with Chris, I think.
Once the power core goes down, the turrets come down, and then the capital ships can get closer. Why is that important? Because during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and you're going to want to top up.
This is where we're going to get our new feature in. Ship hangar refueling and rearming.
Okay.
You're going to be able to land in the hangar of select ships and be able to use the same interface as you are right now at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically for ships like the Idris and the Polaris and other ships that are designed to have other ships land inside them.
Of course, it'll be more than just those two ships, and you'll find out more once we get closer to release. But this is a really important feature that we're really excited to get out.
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's Alliance has a Idris there that can provide a safe port in a storm,
the flight suit.
Set back up and head back out.
I don't know
and
how
it's a good thing that you've rearmed and refueled too, because now another group of ships is coming to attack the People's Alliance Idris.
Because it doesn't cover the mouth.
So while the fighters are protecting the Idris, what's happening at the station? Well, that's where the dropships come in.
Now you've got to take a fire team in. You've got to land, you've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station.
When's this coming out? Next year?
After you've opened the doors and that person's taken off, you've just got to make sure they get to safety.
So at this point, all of this sounds pretty simple, but there's an additional complication.
So up until this point, it's just been you versus the enemies in the station. But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
The Vanduul neighbors, who really don't like these guys for some reason, will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
And they're not going to discriminate between you and the station. They're out for blood. When you alert the Vanduul by destroying the power core that the station's now vulnerable, you're on a time limit. Vanduul are coming, they're going to come hard, they're going to keep coming, you're going to have one hell of a fight.
No fucking way. I mean, I didn't swear. A Vanduul carrier?
Tactical strike groups. And
Land ships, they call it, right?
So invested
Land
in
ship.
this. So throughout 2025, we created a variety of content. Some of it was very focused on FPS combat. So personally, driving a more vehicle-based experience was very important to me. This is a defining statement that I want to do in 2026. We're a spaceship game. There are prized possessions. They're the objects we fall in love with. This is the content we want to create, which creates scenarios and roles for you to use those spaceships. We won't get to all roles initially, but we should see this as a landmark, a position where we can see a gameplay space which incentivizes the use of different ships and scenarios to clear objectives and complete missions in a variety of roles. And in the future, we can use this to expand on. So I hope you're all just as excited as I am for tactical strike groups. They're gonna be fantastic.
Okay. Why do you still have the puppet? John, come home. All right, so tactical strike groups. You know, it's been a long road for the last 10 years. The PU's been around. We've done lots to build stuff for mining ships and for salvage ships. And as Rich said, we're currently building out even more for those. And our first refueling missions coming online in 2026. But combat missions. Oh, hi, Aaron Roberts. But finally having enough of the foundation in place that we can begin to build real spaceship operations, in any other MMO they'd call dungeons. It's really exciting for me, and that's why we're ending the show this year with that. So yeah, that's been CitizenCon Direct. Thank you for taking the time to share this with us. Again, this is just a glimpse at some of what's coming in 2026. I've seen the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat like, oh, you're spoiling everything. I promise, we ain't. So before we let you go, that's it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. And as with every CitizenCon, the last word shouldn't be mine. It should belong to our founders and CEO. So take it away, Chris Roberts.
Yay, Chris is going to say something.
I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking for the near future. Of course, we're not going to spoil everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority. These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen. Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone at CIG for working so tirelessly and with so much passion to deliver something that is already special and will only get more so as we continue. And of course, to all of you for making all this possible with your support and feedback. We couldn't do this without all of you, something that I and the team appreciate every day. We are very lucky to be allowed the time and the money to build a game of all of our dreams, something that is only more apparent as the video game business becomes more monolithic. We are one of the few large independents left standing, and there is no way we would be allowed to dream as big as we are on an original game and take the time to achieve that dream if we were part or funded by any of the few remaining mega game companies. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all in the verse this coming year.
Well, guys, there we have it. There we have it. The eyes have it. The eyes have it. The eyes have had it. We have Vidi Vidi Vici. We came, we saw, we conquered. Vidi Vidi Vici. Right, there we go. How do we feel? How do we feel? Let's go check the chat, shall we? Yeah. So there we go. We have a lot of stuff to go through and break down and digest. I think really what we just witnessed was absolutely fantastic. I think that a bit underwhelmed. I mean, I'm not, to be honest. I think there's going to be a lot of features coming, because if you break down individual sections, there's a lot there. There was a lot there. I mean, it's cool. Yeah, yeah. And they've also got some of the stuff that they've already talked about as well, still being worked on as well. So from the previous cons, which is going to be implemented next year. And like Jared said just at the end there, he mentioned that they're going to have there's no spoilers sort of thing. Like what we've seen here isn't spoilers, and I believe Jared when he says stuff like that. If it was anyone else, I'd be like, yeah, you're just saying that. But like he reckons that what we've seen there wasn't spoilers. So I think they've got stuff in the pipe that we don't even comprehend at this point. So yep. Yep. Okay, yeah, true. 2024. It did have a lot of stuff, right? Did have a lot of stuff. Yeah. Let's talk about best feature that you thought was cool, like that you liked, the best thing that was featured, I should say. What did you like the most? For me, honestly, I was surprised that they didn't bring out the Perseus or whatever it is, or everyone was expecting the Perseus, but at that point, I mean, Genesis, yeah, Genesis. I'd say Genesis for me. Yeah, definitely. I'd agree with you there, Pisces. It was definitely the Genesis. Right, I'm gonna head into game. I think I'm gonna do some derping around. Oh my god, everyone's finished just watching the stream and logging back in. Look at that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. The Vandal ship was called it's called the Habada. Yeah, it's just it's because everyone's watched the stream. Like, all right, let's go play the game then. Wee mate. I haven't even checked how my my other stream is doing. Oh, I've had 11 views. Holy moly. Oh. I had 11 people viewing. They're still watching now. Nice. I was thinking, Helix, how much is it to buy a Hull C? If you're up for grinding a Hull C missions and try and make an investment out of it, we could all pile in some cash together, maybe. See and try and work at that as a goal. Yeah, it will. It will. Okay. Yeah, I've got like 4.5 million. Oh, really? I wonder what the upgrade would be. Ah, the C2. Okay, C2. RSI store. Have a look. Oh yeah, they have the Shiv. Yeah, the Stinger. Oh, the Paladin's not too bad. The Stingers, yeah. Now pliable in the PTU. Ooh, I could upgrade my cutlass into the nutless. Into the noteless. Nope. I say I could upgrade it because I've got just enough store credit left over. Ooh. Because it's only 100 and something. They've literally made that so they can. I think this is the compromise, isn't it, for them to upgrade the cutlass. They haven't flat out upgraded the cutlass. They've made a parallel, so they've given people the option to upgrade if they want to. Interesting. Interesting. The war bond can't be obtained with store credit. Okay, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Let's see whether it'll let me do a regular upgrade though. Upgrade. Oh, the ship, yeah. Interesting. Interesting. I'll give that some thought because I do like the cutlass black. I don't think I want to use it as a toilet. So yeah, if you want the let's see what it comes with. Shop. It's crazy that they've dropped 3 different ships at once. So looks like I'm stuck with the tack, and I can't unless I completely melt it down, which I don't want to do. Because I'd lose the LTI token then on it. So I can't upgrade that. Womp womp womp. Oh, right, I'm gonna head over to the Discord if anyone wants to chat. Oh, Tommy's Discord's popping. I'm just gonna jump in there and see what's going on. See how they're talking. I'll be right. Yeah. I'll mute my my Discord and stuff for a second. But I wonder if you, hey, I was just gonna say, I wonder if in atmosphere, if you do a barrel roll in the shiv, the bucket's gonna spill everywhere. Yeah, that'd be funny.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been
Hello there.
Please visit us again.
I tell you, last night was really lucky for me. I managed to get the paint and the box set thing for the Citizen Con. So I was really lucky. Yep, but I tell you what, it's not easy finding all these different giveaways. Really not easy. Yep, and put the time in, you know. Yep. Yeah. I mean, most. Oh yeah. I'm here. Hey, how's it going? Oh, okay. So yeah, CitizenCon was fantastic. I mean, yeah, there was. I was expecting a little bit more than what they kind of gave, but it was good. Oh yeah. Yeah, same. I missed the very first segment. So unless it was covered there, then yeah, no, Superman no home. Yeah, I don't know. Well, they said it was meant to be out this year, right? So where is it? Yeah, and they're already getting a big Nix update. What, next month? So, and that'll probably come out at the end of this month, beginning of next month. So, and I mean, people are in the PU now testing out Nix, right? So, who knows when it's going to drop? They could just drop it next weekend, but they haven't even said they've got a stable version of the PU yet. So, I'm not happy with it. The what spike? Oh, okay, yeah. I should have. Yeah, I should have joined Helix's server, to be fair. I don't know what's. Right. Okay. Hmm. Oh yeah. 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 Well, when you want to do ASD, we can get you 68. Is it 67 grand? No, 680 grand. Right. Yeah. You want to just yeah. The first few missions are quite straightforward, so you'll be able to do them solo. It's the later missions that we'll have to help you with. But yeah. So because the first couple ones are literally just go there, look around, and leave. Go there, look around, leave, and then It's like go there, fix something, and leave. And then it's after that that it starts kind of getting ramped up. So,
Pain, yet it's labeled as a cargo ship. So it's kind of.
Right.
I mean, it's good for what it is, but you don't have the snub fighter like the other Connie does. You don't have, but like the Ursa, I can fit in it, but you have to like squeeze it in there, and it's pretty buggy even then.
So it looks like we're going to see a lot of people running around in that flight suit by the looks of it. It did look nice.
Did they give out a new flight suit?
It's in one of the packs. In the packs.
Oh.
Yeah.
I know one of the Citizen Cons, I actually was checking my hangar. One of them they gave away. That's one of the flight suits I have is one they gave away then.
Right. Cool. Very nice. I like. Very good.
This is my wife.
Very nice.
I made my wife watch those. I had never seen them before. We watched the Borat movies, and then for like a week after that, I was talking like him, and it made her so mad.
Oh yeah, it's really.
I'm gonna get a divorce from Borat.
Yeah. It's like one of those voices as well that just grates on some people even worse.
Yeah. Come on, there we go. Oh yeah, it's so much easier to line up cargo. The only thing I don't like about external cargo though is it makes it really easy for pirates.
They're gonna see that cargo and go, "I want that."
Yep.
I mean, they can scan any ship, so I mean,
they can, but to scan it, there's a certain amount of waiting, and you know what I mean. Whereas with this, they could just see me flying and say, "Yep, he's got a load." Now it's not as bad as the Raft as the whole series, but and that's a good that is one of the benefits of the Taurus is you see a Connie and you don't really expect it to have a lot of cargo on it because I don't think a lot of people actually use it for cargo. But I guess I really can't complain because I got it for the rental price. Holy cow, I loaded that up. I'm doing a supply grade cargo run, and it loaded up so much faster. The only bad thing is I got to avoid Dupree now, at least until people chill out about that.
How bad is Dupree right now? Is everyone lurking there?
Last I was there, it was pretty bad. You would have people are claiming that they're getting the exploiters, and what they're calling an exploit, I actually finally figured out what it is because I did the same thing, and it's kind of silly that they're claiming it's an exploit. What it is you get multiple runs of the cargo from the same A to B location, which I mean it's still a legitimate thing. Like you are carrying all that cargo, but they're like, oh, you're exploiting it, because what some people do is they'll send a little bit of the cargo down at a time and submit it and keep doing that, where it doesn't give you the full amount, but it does give you some money. And so what people are doing is getting a huge load of cargo and then just submitting a little bit at a time and stacking that. But what these people that are, the white knights essentially are doing is going through and just slaughtering everybody that goes to Dupree. And it sucks because I could have probably 700,000 worth of contracts at Dupree, but I don't want to risk loading everything up. Yeah. Okay, I guess lower deck. I'm not familiar with the raft, so I'm trying to figure my way around. I'm lost in my own rental.
Yeah, hauling is certainly something I've not explored in great depth. I've probably done a few small hauling missions, but nothing bigger than that.
Once you get your rank up there, it's very, very beneficial. Like especially with something that can hold say around 150 to 200 SCU. The supply grade or the let me see. I'm not even very high rank in the Kovalex, but the small grade, 117,000 for 9 SCU of tungsten from Dupree to Everest.
That's pretty good.
Then 117K of hydrogen, 15 hydrogen from Dupree to Everest. 117K for 15 SCU of hydrogen from Grey Cat to Everest. But see, I can stack almost 1 million worth of contracts right now, but they're doing constant bombing runs and stuff on. I was just here. How did I get to the same spot? Oh my! I don't like the raft anymore. Okay, that's just components. They need a You Are Here map for this.
Yes, something on that list.
The thing is, if someone knows, like I had someone in the chat when I was talking about hauling cargo, and somebody with an Atlas, we were just randomly just helping each other out at Grey Cat, and this guy in the chat was like, "Oh, where are you at?" Like, buddy, I've been playing this for a while. I know what you're trying to do.
Yeah. Trying to gain that important intel.
Yep.
Yep.
Sorry, if you don't see me already, I'm not going to tell you where I'm at. Why does the raft keep falling? Oh, I turned my... Wait, what? Okay, that was weird. It kept... every time I'd raise up, it would fall back down.
Are you having technical issues, Hudson?
No. Why?
Okay, just yeah. I saw you restarting the game.
Oh yeah. It was responding a bit funny. It seems better now.
Okay.
I think it's because I've got just 2 separate streams going. So, YouTube and I tried to do Kick earlier and Kick wasn't working very well. Sorry. Well,
I wonder, is there a way where you can set up like maybe a smaller computer, one that's dedicated for just the stream?
I mean, you need a capture. Yeah, I need a capture card set up for that, and
oh yeah.
Yeah. So there's that, but It's not really my computer that's the issue. It's the internet bandwidth. So, because I got like I'm not the only person using the internet, and then on top of that, I've got to like encode it for 2 different streams at the moment. So what I can do, which we're looking at, something that Space Monkey recommended, which is called Restream, and it takes your Twitch stream, and then it basically forwards it to and uses their internet to forward it and not yours, so which is good. That'll work better, I think. I just need to set that up tomorrow.
My forward thrust isn't working on the raft. What the hell?
Is it a VTOL? I don't know. I've never flown the raft.
No, it shows.
Right. What we doing? Anything? Or you not really got anything planned?
Why is that inverted? I just...
Sounds like you just got Star Citizen, my friend. I have a special button. I have a special button bound that inverts just in case the controls invert randomly. Just invert control keybind.
So I've got my speed limiter all the way up, and I'm using my keyboard right now. And when I hold W, it shows like you see because I got the advanced set on, and you see like the little throttle thing go all the way up, but it's not moving.
You got your.
But if I hold spacebar, it'll.
Have you got? Go up. Yeah. Have you pressed the VTOL button? Is it control? Yeah.
I toggled that on and off.
Okay.
Stop falling. Stop falling. If I let off of it, I got comfort mode on. It starts falling.
Is it too heavy? I don't know. I don't know.
Well, that's like I guess the best way to describe it is that's what it feels like.
Try VTOLing into space and then seeing if that'll make any difference.
That's what I'm going straight up. Seeing if I can.
What are you up to, Pisces? Anything?
I'm trying. Do either of you know what an Akunis mining gadget is?
It's from.
It would be one of the gadgets there at the mining shop, I would think.
Yeah,
I actually found this at ASD facility. I've not seen one before.
Yeah, you attach it to the asteroid or rocks or whatever you're mining, and it makes it easier to break, or sort of thing.
Yeah. Some of them can even make it where the cluster's better.
Yeah,
so
true.
You don't get a bunch of random stuff mixed in with it when you break it apart.
I see. Okay. That makes sense now. Or do I stick this with a multi-tool? But it doesn't say it's a multi-tool attachment.
No,
that makes sense now.
It's something that you actually physically attach. You have to get out the ship or whatever and actually walk over to the asteroid and put it in your hands and then.
I wonder if I reset my controls. I wonder if something's bugging with that.
Yeah. Have you redone any bindings or anything?
I have not. I don't think. No, not the game settings, you dummy.
Landing gear retracted.
You at Seraphim?
I'm taking off from Morrison
Me
right now.
or him?
Oh, yeah. Orison, okay. I could do going to Orison at some point, because that's where all my loot is. Nearly all of it.
I'm Saber right now, about to go and do a mission. You want to tag along?
Oh god, I'm blacking out. What in the flip? I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna have to lose in this contract.
That's what I could do with attachments. So it's energy.
Let me try that other
Emod.
seat. I shut the power off on here and everything.
Morphin, I'll be handling things on this end for Prosper. Glad to have you on board. Head out to the contract site as soon as you can. Need to provide full protection before it can be overrun. Weapons free.
Oh, nothing here. Well, I think that's just. Now that I've got into space, I can't stop it, so I'm just constantly drifting through space.
Damn happy to see you. Not gonna lie, we're in a heap of trouble here.
Sounds fun. Make sure you don't drift into something.
Or
I mean, to be honest, I'm at the mercy of Chris Roberts, so.
My ship won't ping, so. I think the game's had a bit of a dip.
Seriously? This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
0 hydrogen fuel, 0 quantum fuel.
Ah.
They gave me a raft rental with 0 fuel. Wait, how did I get into space?
Fumes.
Wait,
Fumes.
mate, to be honest, I mean, I know rental companies in real life which have actually done that stuff before.
Oh, I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah.
Oh man, what do I do? I've got to backspace it.
And then they pay.
They give you a vehicle with fumes.
Yeah, and then you break down like down the road, and then they're like, "Oh well, we can send someone out, but it'll cost you."
Goodbye, cruel world. This was a fun cargo run while it lasted. Hey, how did I get into space? I had.
Helix is having a fun time, everyone.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. I'm confused. I've never had that happen. I guess it's a bug. I've never had it happen.
I can't ping.
Need to watch the raft blow up.
Oh. I've got no UI either. Oh no. I've got the bug where I've got no UI.
CitizenCon 2025.
Oh dear.
We've updated the UI.
Everything's all breaking now after CitizenCon.
I have to use Mark 1 eyeball. Look, watch the stream. Watch this. Where is it? Mark 1 eyeball activated. I've got to use all my senses.
Yeah,
I've got to hear where they are.
All that training's gonna come into play.
So you can't actually mark the targets. You actually have to fly into them and crash into them. Yes, good job.
There's one.
To actually do some damage to them. Oh boy, that's going to be very hard.
Use the force. Use the force. Luke, your targeting computers are on. Use the force, Luke. Oh. This is pretty much impossible, I think, but I'm gonna give it a go.
Well, what I'm gonna do, I'm going to fill up my cutter with junk, take my junk to Orison, and then maybe do something with my gun.
Oh, there you go.
Maybe I go look for some Rigtius armor, maybe. But yes, good luck with that.
Okay, so when I turn on Quantum, I get to be able to lock on, but you can't shoot while you're in Quantum, so it's useless. So I can track them in Quantum, like there.
And then go into weapons mode, and then hope for the best.
The most inconvenient fight.
No dodgy that. No dodgy.
Have you tried powering off and on?
I have, yeah. Self-destruct mode activated. Mark 1 eyeball, interception.
Fly into him and self-destruct.
That's what I'm trying to do. Ah, there. I missed. Yeah, ship is quite reasonably priced for an upgrade to the cutlass. I think a lot of people are going to upgrade the cutlass to that. And I think it's sort of like a pseudo way for them to trick people into all upgrading the cutlass, and then they'll be like, "Oh, well, everyone's got the ship now. They don't need the cutlass upgrading."
Is that, maybe I'm being cynical here. Maybe is that a sign of neglecting the cutlass going forward? I really hope
Maybe
that's not
if that's literally what they do, and they don't. Oh, I need to exit the game. Yeah. If that's literally what they end up doing and being like, "Oh, we brought out the thing," they might offer like a free upgrade at some point, maybe, or like a discounted upgrade. But there's something going on. Why else? You know, mod. Why is it they've modded the Drake cutlass? You know, why is it that shit?
It's all very suspicious.
Yeah. With the upgrades that everyone's been asking for, size 4 weapons, yeah, and a better turret on the top, like that's what everyone asked for.
So you get that, but in a new ship.
Yeah.
Or something.
It makes sense why they were always avoiding any questions related to upgrading or updating the cutlass.
Well, that's a bit disappointing if that turns out to be true. But what am I to say?
Yeah. What are you to say? I don't know, mate. I don't know, but Pisces. It's just, you know, you gotta take it all with a pinch of salt, right? Like, who knows what? Oh no. Current position 38 to get into your server. Oh dear.
Alright, let's see if I've got fuel this time. I imagine I could go fly up there and just pick up that cargo that I had, huh?
Yeah. I got fuel. It's multiplying.
I still don't know how it let me lift off and get into Atmo, and then
I'm losing fuel.
I think Someone cut my fuel lines. They're trying to sabotage me. Okay, so let me find out the easiest way to get up there.
Fuel lines, cut them, cut them. Fuel, honey. Fuel.
That was beautiful.
I can't think the words.
Someone get this man a record deal. The modern day.
Get the fuel that I want.
Johnny Cash.
Fuel. It's electric.
So, Orison, your days are numbered, apparently, again.
Yeah, what's the deal? Like, they hate Orison. It's crazy. I guess I don't know much of the lore, but yeah, they had, used to have Port Olisar that was above, Orison. And I guess they had a siege where Olisar was destroyed. Apparently, it was pretty epic.
So was that a previous space station like Seraphim?
Yes, that was where Seraphim is. It used to be Port Olisar.
Oh,
if you want to mess with people, tell them to meet you at Port Olisar. They'll be like, wait a minute. I did that. That guy that was asking where I was, he asked where I was hauling. I said Port Olisar.
And he probably just went, what?
Yeah, I guess he didn't understand it, and a bunch of other people in Global were like, "Oh my god!" Like that's good.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Clever.
Thank you.
Okay.
Very funny.
Where does this go? That's to the air. Oh, that's to the airlock. I can go straight. I'm still trying to figure this ship out. I really like the raft though, when it has gas in it. Ain't got no gas in it.
Where'd the fuel gone, bro? Where'd the fuel gone? I don't know what I'm gonna do.
It's still spawned in with nothing. Wait, refuel. Hi. Okay, listen. If you're not gonna let me buy fuel, at least put fuel in it. I can't buy any. Total amount 0 SCU, price 0 on both.
And can you turn the engine on?
I can turn. Thrusters are on. It lets me lift off a little bit. Yeah, it lets me lift. I'm up in the hangar.
Just can't go forward.
Now let me try. No. Oh. Now it's doing auto for hydrogen. But there's 0.02 SCU of hydrogen. And there's no quantum. Now it says I'm at 100% of hydrogen, or quantum, and 99% hydrogen. Okay, well we're gonna find out. I'm Brian. I'm Helix, and welcome to Jackass.
Uh-huh.
It does move forward and back.
I used to love Jackass before it started getting all weird.
Yeah.
I think Bam Margera's sort of messed it all up. As much as I liked him, right? Don't get me wrong. It's not that I didn't like Bam Margera. I liked it. I think like when he got involved in it, Bam Margera started up in the ante, if that makes sense. Like he wanted to be the one that did the best stunts. So.
Yeah, and the thing that sucks is I love Bam because I used to skate when I was in high school, and so like I love Bam Margera because he is a really good skater, and like his attitude back when he just skated was awesome, but then he got really weird and like I don't know.
Just remember when he started doing all that stuff to his old man and like Phil, as he called him.
Yeah. Yeah, he paid his family a lot of money though for that.
I know, yeah.
Like,
well,
To be honest, I'd let my son slap me around for that kind of money.
Yeah. Yeah. I had no idea what was going on half the time. The house was in wreck. Do you know what we're talking about, by the way?
Sorry.
No. Yeah, no, I didn't think you would. It's very lowbrow. Very lowbrow. I'd imagine that...
Is it over your eyes? The brow is so low.
Yeah, you would be in a cotton wool ball at that age, I think, right?
Possibly.
Yeah.
I think that Jackass is one of those things that...
Although he did go
I think it had
Stanley
more of an
Eye.
American market.
He did go Stanley
Yes,
Eye,
I
though.
did.
So...
Which Helix won't know, but it was a school. Yes, it was, because it no longer exists.
Essentially like
where
in
all
Compton. Yep. Go on. Sorry, Faisal.
No, I was just wondering if you got the reference Compton. I certainly didn't. But
oh, right.
It was a fairly run down school. To
Yeah.
the point where the regulator, our education regulator, put the school into what's called special measures. So the head teacher there was basically useless. So the regulator got in and basically kicked him out and installed the temporary head teacher. And that was just as I started school there. So it was pretty much down in the dumps. The only reason why I went there is because I had a very, weird as it may sound, I had a very good support system at that school, which my local school at the time didn't have. Well, it did, but when my parents went there on an open day, they didn't like the staff there, so they sent me to this one.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
It wasn't like, oh, I'm sending you to this horrible school because you're a horrible child. It wasn't anything to do like that. It was just circumstances.
It wasn't that bad, was it?
It's not you.
I mean, I can imagine that the education side of things wasn't great, but like, what were the kids? I mean, it was all the kids from the estate, wasn't it? Essentially.
So most of the kids were from a fairly deprived area. So yeah, you can imagine what that usually means. Parts of the school just felt a bit run down, although there were some newish builds in the complex as well.
Yeah, that were done like in the 70s, right?
So the school was originally built in the 60s, but then they added to it clearly since then.
Yeah.
So there were departments which looked like they were built more recently and felt more modern, but you still had the original, well, it felt like the original 1960s build. So you had that. But to be honest, I was expecting a lot worse during my time there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy ride in my first year, but once I got the hang of it, most of the kids were
once you got your bulletproof vest and your shivs,
yeah, exactly.
you were fine.
Do we not remember where I live?
It was.
Like,
he actually
the
went.
thing is about.
I was just gonna say he actually went to school right behind my house. So.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I never knew him back then.
I lived about half-hour drive from the school, so yeah, I had to get transport. Whereas Hudson, yeah, if he wanted to, he could have just walked to school from his house.
Yeah, I didn't go to that school. So.
Yeah. You went to a different school. What school did you go to?
I went to Whitby High.
Oh, that. Ah, yes, of course. Yeah. And that's how you met Space.
That is how I met Space. Yep.
So I've found whenever it isn't calling in a hanger, you just keep spamming it constantly, and eventually it'll just pop up. Like the game just gives in, and it's like.
Yeah, I noticed that. I send a request, nothing happens. Send the request again. Oh, here's your request. Why didn't you get it the first time? I don't know.
I was busy.
Yeah.
The new Game of Thrones was on.
Can't be arsed. I was sticking a fan in my cockpit.
This thing is like, it's once you get it going like 20 meters a second, like it doesn't want to stop.
Oh yeah.
I just want to blow past the hangar 300 meters a second.
It's a very bulky ship.
Now it's funny though that you're talking about the school being run down. Where I live, we all know that the U.S. isn't exactly known for their academics. And then
really
throw it in that what I know, surprising, right?
Oh my god!
Even though you have some of the world's best universities, I just find that incredible, really.
There actually are some really good higher education schools, but like K through 12 is just absolutely horrible here. But then you throw in the fact that I also live in one of the lowest rated states in the country for education.
Missouri, your state you're in.
Yep, Missouri.
Missouri, yeah, I get it now.
Like we had our superintendent, it's like the guy that runs the whole school district. He got caught on a camera, on like somebody's doorbell camera, running over in his Jeep, running over a little boy on his bike.
Christ.
And pretty much said that he shouldn't have been in the road. Like, and there was a stop sign right before that. And like, it's such a weird place that people are like, oh yeah, that kid shouldn't have been. Like, dude, he ran over, I think he's like 8 years old or something, 6 or 8 or something. But he just like, on the video, just plowed the kid over. I mean, he lived, the kid was okay. And just kept going. Like, it goes to show that, what kind of state I live in a weird area.
Yeah.
I don't get
it. I don't know Missouri as a state very well. It neighbors Illinois, doesn't it?
Yeah, so the thing that Missouri is known for really is the St. Louis Arch and St. Louis in general.
Oh, yeah.
We have had some stars come from here, like Nelly, if you remember Nelly. If you even remember him.
Oh yeah, the elephant.
No.
The white elephant.
Yeah, Nelly packed its trunk. Nelly the elephant. Oh, okay. It's a kid's song,
I'm
I
guessing
think.
that's not a U.S. thing.
It might be. I can't remember.
But I don't know, Missouri's a weird place, but it's never a dull moment. Never a dull moment. If you listen to the police scanner, you could have loads of fun. We had a guy in a grocery store bathroom, covered in baby oil, propositioning other guys when they went into the stall next to him.
What was his name?
Boy.
Was his name P. Diddy?
It might as well be, but hearing like they had to chase the guy naked in baby oil running around the store.
Jesus.
Oh god.
You ever find out what that guy wanted, or?
Here you go. I've got a question. Is Walmart as crazy as the thing says? Like the amount of people that go in there?
Oh, are you ready for this one? The store where that happened was in Walmart.
Oh, right.
Yes, Walmart is where all the craziness happens. That and Waffle House, but we don't have a Waffle House nearby, so. Yeah, and this whole area is getting crazier because the city next to us is getting a lot bigger. So.
Well, population mass dictates the amount. It's just science between the mathematics and stuff of sociopaths and psychopaths. But the more people you are in a denser populated area, the more crazy people there's going to be. In that regard.
So I ate an apple and my stomach didn't recognize it. Excellent. So I'll eat another one.
Exactly.
And it finally recognized. The stomach finally recognized it's getting apples. So it's yeah.
I put an apple inside you.
Yeah. Why don't you recognize me?
Just python the apples until it understands. Don't eat them whole! Don't eat them whole! What are you doing?
Okay, now let's see if we can have a delivery with no problems. It had my hangar clearly marked. I went in there and it did the conditioning. Okay, why am I cockeyed? What? And I'm out of fuel again. Oh my god.
Really?
Do you have a leak? Do you have a leak in your tank?
I must have a leak.
I got you. Go, go.
This is crazy. It's just with the raft though, because I didn't have. So if I go to the landing services, it says I don't need any, but when I back out, then it's full. Okay. I just want to go pick up my boxes.
I know, right? It's something that sounds so simple, and the game makes it. Ah, yes, but.
You open the box.
It's like, you know, where people like will ask us questions like, you can do this, you know, you have $1 million, whatever, but there's this.
Yeah, there's always a catch.
117,000 credits, but you have to spend 4 hours trying to get the car.
There's always a bigger fish.
The thing that bugs me is I can't reliably stack items in my inventory without it freaking out.
Yeah, the stacking system. I really want, like you were saying earlier, I really want the
new UI.
Yeah. Because it's just
not sure what patch that's going to get put in. I don't think they said.
It didn't look finished at all.
No.
Like they shown like a really polished version, but there was a still ages ago. But like I noticed that was not the same version of what we saw in that still image. So like that was like.
Sold from what? Sorry.
I reckon maybe 6 months, maybe, unless they put like a full team on it and rush it.
And then expect it to break.
And then, well, yeah, because it'll be rushed. But I mean, if that's one of the updates that they plan to come out between now and then, I'd be very kind of impressed if it actually does come out.
There's a hole,
There's a hole in my pocket. Dear Lizer, there's a hole in my pocket. Dear Lizer, a hole. Well, fix it, dear Henry. Dear Henry. Well, fix it, dear Henry. Fix it.
Yeah, there's a cuddy. Looks like it's on fire on one of the pads. Crusader like goes up to.
With what shall I fix it, dear Lizer? With what shall I fix it? With what?
Oh, I bet they're scrapping it.
Someone's too skeptical.
Uh-oh.
Size 3 optic.
Uh-oh.
16 times telescopic.
Uh-oh.
16 times the detail.
I believe, you know how when there was that thing, once you trigger the AI to spawn, it spawns all of them, not just like an adequate amount.
You want enemies? We'll give you enemies. How many enemies would you like? Yes.
Yes.
That's basically what you said to the game. How many enemies would you give me? And the game just said yes.
Yes. All the yes.
All the enemies.
Dear Lizer. What shall I fix it? It's stuck in my head now. Oh no. Well, with straw, dear Henry. With straw. The straw is too dry, dear laser, the straw is too dry, dear laser, too dry. Well, wet it, dear Henry, dear Henry, dear Henry, dear Henry. Well, wet it, dear Henry, wet it. With what shall I wet it, dear laser, with what shall I wet it, dear laser, with what? With water, dear Henry, dear Henry, dear Henry, with water. With what shall I fetch it, dear laser, with what shall I fetch it, dear laser, with what? With a bucket, dear Henry, dear Henry, dear Henry, with a bucket! There's a hole in my bucket, dear laser, dear laser. You just keep going round in circles. It's funny.
I really want a 16 times scope on my light machine gun. That just sounds overkill.
But
I'm gonna start sniping in my light machine gun.
But there's 16 times the detail.
Precisely, Hudson. Precisely.
Why wouldn't you? Oh, it was 16 times the detail.
And remember, it just works. It just works.
Oh god. Yeah. That's made my night. That I managed to get that meme in. That's great. Please watch it like. Oh no, I've got to stop singing it because I can literally.
I think somebody snagged that cargo.
Oh no! Really? That was really fast.
I think so. I'm 70 kilometers out, and so far I'm not seeing any boxes.
Whoa! No way.
See.
I had 97, I think, SCU of 91 SCU of steps.
Hey, that's like fast, right?
It's pretty much right outside of Everest Harbor.
Oh, okay.
So I'm sure somebody saw it and probably went up there and snagged it. Or above Lorville, I should say.
Do one more bunker run, and then I'm going to skedaddle to bed, I think. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Just got the marker, like my raft is still there, like with the little numbers and everything. But there's nothing there.
My ears were bleeding last night after that raid. Oh.
Bleeding?
I don't know if you stuck around to like watch it, the stream.
Oh, I stuck around a little bit, but then I logged off.
Don't blame you. I was like, I watched a little bit of it and I was nice and stuff, but I was like, oh god, oh god.
Yeah, I ended up logging off.
Yeah. Like, you know. It won't be, I don't think I'll be ever raiding again. I was just doing it
Well,
to...
you just gotta raid the right channels.
I know, it's just that... I mean raiding the channel because, like... I was only doing that because, like, they were good to me, but...
You're returning the favour, essentially.
Sort of, yeah. Best I could. With me 3 views.
Every bit counts.
Yeah, that was kind of a weird one. I didn't really, like... I didn't stick around very long.
No, yeah. Just... I guess it's just one of those channels, right? But, I mean, she's got a lot of business going. She's got, like, 2 streams going, and she got her own websites and giveaways going. So she knows what she's doing business-wise, but... What am I doing? Right. Yeah.
Landing gear deployed.
Landing gear deployed.
Picking up all the 100K plus contracts that aren't Dupree or Grey Cat.
I mean, that rookie mission's been in it a while. It's just that it's not been widely known as it is now. You know.
Yeah, and people, it's easy kills. It's because the turrets there don't work. And like, there's one guy that, at multiple servers I've been on, he's there. He goes to the very top of that tall building there with the railgun and just snipes ships out of the sky. Like,
Oh yeah, and because they're slow, right?
yeah. But you can't lock onto him with a ship. So unless you see him standing on that huge building, you're not even gonna know where he's at.
I'm about to die. No, 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 no. Come on.
No, don't die.
So, I just pulled my gun out and I had no bullets in my magazines at all.
I
Like
see
zero.
you have 1 bullet.
Oh, did I fire 1 bullet, did I?
Well, it says you've got 1 bullet on your ammunition, so... Oh yeah,
Right.
you did fire 1 bullet.
I'm like, oh no! Yeah.
You have to make that 1 bullet count.
Oh, I
Dead.
don't want to do the... I'll have to abandon that one. I think, but, okay, so I got over 500K of small grade hull lined up. So I can stand up. HDMS stand up. It's got me picking up 3 different loads from the same place and taking them to the same place. Those are the ones I like. Easy money. Usually.
I don't think this mission's registering that I'm actually doing it. I'm not sure. We'll see.
It
didn't
reach Utopia on Yella.
Yeah.
Yella.
Holy shit!
They could really do with putting the names of shots in Orison, because the map is... Yes, I give you map, but please show me all the shots. No.
Which what are you looking for?
I guess. Ammo.
Yeah, that's at the
Stratus. I couldn't find out how to get
it's it's the what's it called? It's on in front of
Not Stratus, is it?
no it's up the opposite side of that area by the hospital. The opposite side though from it.
Okay, I'm actually there, fully enough. There is a tower called Green Circles. I'm going to look in there.
I don't think it's the the green circle's the apartment building. It's another one around there. Sorry.
The one next, the one adjacent to it. There is another building. Yeah, I'll go there.
Yeah, if you want to share your screen, maybe I can. gonna look at the map.
If I get stuck, I will share.
Yeah. I'm gonna raid out in a sec because this mission's bugged. And I don't have the energy. No, I don't. I've all my duct tape has run out. I don't have the capacity to keep duct taping.
You'll have to order some more, then hopefully it gets delivered tomorrow.
Yeah. We've got a terrible temperature as well, so.
Oh.
Yeah. I had one for a week and a half. Really bad. Like yeah.
I hope you get to feeling better.
Yeah, it's just run down all the time. So yeah. Right. So let's see. What am I doing? It's still not registering that. It's working, is it? Reach targets, lucky. I'll give it one more try. Now it's like off center. Oh, it's moving. What? Why would that be moving? It was moving just a second ago. Like the... I wonder if I can do this. Play. I'm trapped.
You're trapped? Oh, you're stuck in the elevator?
No, I'm kind of derp around. Okay, I'm gonna raid out now. See who's around. Whoever Chris is on.
I think he is.
Yeah. Oh, that's Chris. Oh, they've got the new cutlass thing. Right.
Oh,
raiding now. I'm gonna